Thomas Bowman to the second delegation for the Crumps. We're going to
What did you do? What is he doing here?
changes to the immigration system. Huge announcement.
Oh, okay.
All this time going easier.
Welcome everybody to Committee of Council, October 4th. We are at the approval of agenda stage. Mr. Fay, are there any changes to the agenda as printed?
Members of committee, on your desk this morning is a package of changes to the agenda. In regard to item 5.2, success stories of the Crump Group Incorporated, that's a delegation. There is a presentation provided by the Crump Group in your package. The following presentations were listed on the agenda and have been distributed to members of committee this morning. Item 7.1.2, a presentation from Economic Development and Culture regarding the Cultural Master Plan. Item 8.1.3, a presentation from the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer regarding the Planning Vision Update. And item 11.1, a briefing report from the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer regarding government relations matters. Also in regard to, there's a few replacement pages to items that were published with the agenda last Friday in regard to item 8.1.2 and 8.2.5, which relate to the Administrative Authority bylaw. In particular, replacement pages 8.1.2-9, and which is in the presentation, and then 8.2.5-6 through to -22, replacement pages to one of the appendices in the report.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there, members of council, are there any additions, deletions to the approval of the agenda? Seeing none. Councillor Miles, you move the agenda as amended. All in favor? That carries. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Any member have a conflict they'd like to declare? Seeing none. Consent agenda. Anybody like to pull or add anything into consent? Councillor Dillon.
I don't have a question in regard to the consent. I just have a question.
This is consent.
No, I do.
Any additions or Councillor?
No, I have a question now.
Okay. You'll move consent agenda. All in favor? That carries. Under announcements, we have item 4.1, announcement council support of the Flower City Seniors Recreation Center. Council member sponsor is Councillor Bowman. Councillor Bowman, would you like to lead us off?
Sure.
Okay.
Hello. I'm on. Okay, I am on. Okay. We have one announcement today from, I hope I don't butcher your name, Lucia Vrudge of Flower City Seniors Center Recreation Advisory Committee. Welcome. We're anxious to hear the announcement.
Thank you. Good morning, members of council, Acting Mayor Michael Palashi. My name is Leisha Vrudge, and I'm a member on the advisory committee for Flower City Senior Center. I'm here today with good news. I'm here to thank you for your support of our center and also to bring you up to date on what's happening at our center. Currently, we are the largest senior recreation center in the province. Our membership is close to 4,000 and increasing daily. Definitely something to be very proud about. Annually, we have 66,000 plus members participating in drop-in programs and 15,000 plus members participating in registered programs. We also offer a wide variety of monthly special events and bus trips. Our full-service beauty salon is also a happening place. Our wood shop and our library, with no late fees, I might add, are also very busy. We also provide volunteer opportunities for those who have some spare time. Our popular cafe is currently under renovation. This much-needed expansion has been made possible thanks to you, the councillors, for your generous support. We will soon have enough room to accommodate 100 people. We are all anxiously awaiting the grand opening in the new year. I myself volunteer in the member services and the cafe, So I see firsthand how busy and active our centre is on a daily basis. We offer a wide variety of programs and services, something for everyone. We ask our members what their interests are, and we try to accommodate their needs and wishes. Our centre provides a comfortable environment where our seniors can meet and make new friends. We hope they might even participate in a new activity, one that they had always wanted to try. It is a place where one can keep an active mind and body. At this time, I would like to mention that our centre wouldn't be the overwhelming success it is if it weren't for the volunteers and caring staff. We have 160 volunteers who volunteer 20,000 hours of their time annually. We are grateful for our fantastic staff. They are a great team who are passionate, dedicated, and committed to the needs of our forever young seniors. In closing, on behalf of Flower City Senior Recreation Centre, I would like to thank the City of Brampton for the continued support of our centre. We are very fortunate to have this gym in our city, serving our senior citizens every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great to see. Those of us who sit on Seniors Council know the impact the seniors have on the City of Brampton, and we see the activities that are going on daily when we're there. It's phenomenal. You are correct. It's a gem in our city, and I know that there's a lot of other municipalities that are looking at Flower City saying, how can we do the same thing? So thank you for sitting on the committee, and thank you to all the volunteers that we have. I did see another councillor online, but I guess not. So thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Dillon. No, there's no, the announcement, we don't have to, so if you're trying to add something?
Yeah, so essentially I spoke to the clerk in regards to the immigration minister's announcement, so I think perhaps we can have a vote whether we're going to recess or not at 10 o'clock. I think it might be the respectful thing to do for council to go down and be there for the announcement.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor asking for a recess at 10 a.m. Councillor Gibson.
Talked about this before we do it?
My apologies. What?
Can we talk about this before a vote goes on?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think it's the right thing to do. This is not something that's in our jurisdiction at all. It's a federal thing. It has nothing to do with city business here. And we have people in the audience waiting. I don't think we should put people in the audience waiting for us to go to a photo op. And that's really all it is a photo op. So we'll find out. The mayor's probably going to be there, and that's the right thing to do. Maybe the mayor could represent us there. But I don't think we should be the people in the audience waiting so we can go to a photo op. So I would prefer we just continue on.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, so the motion is to break at 10 a.m. till 11 a.m. for a recess for the minister. All in favor? All opposed? And it fails. Next item is delegations, item 5.1, notice of intention to amend mobile licensing bylaw 6/7/2014, various matters related to Schedule 2 limousines and Schedule 4 taxis. There was a public notice that went out, so I'd like to ask if there's any members of the public that would like to delegate on this item. I'll ask again, is there any members of the public that would like to delegate on item 5.1, notice of intention to amend mobile licensing bylaw, limousines, and Schedule 4 taxis? Seeing none, we'll adjourn that item. Our next item is item 5.2, delegation from Margaret Crump, the Crump Group, Success Stories of the Crump Group, Inc. Margaret? Okay, my apologies. Turn the chair to Councillor Bowman, because the item falls under economic development. Councillor Bowman. Chair Bowman.
Thank you very much, Chair Palashi. Prior to hearing from the Crump Group themselves, I'd like to bring forward 7.1.3, a presentation by Amanda Laird. And that follows from the economic development agenda.
Thank you. Good morning, Acting Mayor and members of Council. I'm pleased to be here today to give you an overview of what's going on in the food and beverage processing sector here in the city of Brampton. Just to give you some information on where we stand in terms of the province, we're actually at the heart of Ontario's food cluster, which is one of the largest food and beverage processing clusters in North America. Our city employs over 9,000, representing more than 150 companies in the food and beverage processing sector, which represents over $2 billion in revenue. We take great pride in being a one-stop shop for this industry. We have many of these subsectors that support food and beverage processing, including food testing, processing and packaging facilities, transportation, including refrigerated transportation, which is key to the sector, packaging design, equipment manufacturing, and refrigerated storage. We also have access to highly skilled talent. 50% of our workforce has post-secondary education, and we're also in close proximity to food research centers, including the University of Guelph Food Institute, Conestoga College, and the George Brown Food Innovation and Research Studio, which is also known as FIRST. As you know, many of our top employers in this sector include Loblaw, Maple Lodge Farms, Coca-Cola, Maple Leaf Foods, Etel Pasta, to name just a few. One of the advantages to the sector-based approach that we've been using this year is the ability to visit businesses directly and learn about what opportunities and challenges they may be facing that we can help with from a municipal perspective. So I've listed all of the business visits I've attended up until August there, but I'll just go over some high-level ones that related to some spin-off effect and how we helped them. Amcor Rigid Plastics is a great success story. They have expanded their manufacturing facility here in Brampton to bring 60 jobs. They consolidated another location out of Etobicoke. So one of the ways that we were able to assist this company is offering employee orientation sessions at their Queensway location, because the majority of their employees would be now either moving, some of them were moving to Brampton, others needed to learn about the city and how to commute. So we were able to assist them that way and also connect them with our transit department to go over how the influx of employees coming from a different direction would impact their transit services. So they've been working quite closely there to improve their services, which they've been quite happy with. Another success story is WG Pro Manufacturing and Touche Bakery. Touche Bakery partnered with WG Pro Manufacturing in 2015. They moved their bakery location from London to Brampton, and since then both companies have been working together on some innovative bakery products for high-profile clients like PepsiCo. How we've been able to assist them is connecting them with groups like the Ontario Centres for Excellence to learn about what different funding opportunities exist for them through the provincial and federal governments, which they weren't previously aware of. Maple Lodge Farms is undergoing an expansion as well. They're making an investment in new technology to improve efficiencies, and we've also been able to connect them with our transit department to work together to improve their efficiencies for the influx of employees that they will be having as well, so to improve employee safety and allow their employees to commute easily into the centre. And then finally is our Crump Group, who's here today. Margot and Joe Crump are here to share with you some of the success stories that they faced this year as they continue to grow exponentially from their humble beginnings in their garage in Caledon to now their facility in Brampton. They're very key members of our Brampton business community, and so I'd like to invite Margot up now to let you know what they've been up to.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have some people on the board. However, we'll listen to the delegation first, and then we'll combine the questions at the end. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, members of council and acting mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today to tell you a little bit about our company, the Crump Group. We are a manufacturer located here in Brampton, and we specialize in the manufacturing of very simple, limited ingredient dog treats, and most recently dog food. And we sell our products under 3 brands: Crump's Naturals, Dog Delights, and Caledon Farms. Just a quick, who are we? What kind of things do we do? As was mentioned, we had very humble beginnings in our garage up in Caledon in 2006. And we recognized that there was a need in the Canadian market for what they call in the industry clean label, limited ingredient dog treats. So we started out, and it wasn't long before our facility grew, and so did the product line. We're kind of proud of the fact that we do all of our own manufacturing, and it's right here in this wonderful city. A few key milestones. So 2006 is when we actually incorporated the company and we established the Crumps Naturals brand, which was specific for the pet industry. Very proud of first year of sales, $38,000. It was a lot at the time. 2010, we established a second brand called Caledon Farms, and that is specific for the grocery market. And then soon after that, we moved to a 6,000 square foot facility in Caledon. And then shortly thereafter, in 2013, we knew that we wanted to get our global food safety certification, which would open the doors to customers like Costco, Walmart, and other large chains. So we moved down to Brampton, and we're located now on Melanie Drive. And we achieved our global food safety certification at that time. So it was quite a big step for us. Just this past year, we had the opportunity to develop some products for President's Choice, and we are making 2 pet foods for them, some treats, and what they call boosters. And we're also rolling out our own food in the next month. Currently, we employ anywhere between 70 and 75 people, and we work under 65,000 square feet of space. Crumps Naturals is our pet specialty brand, and it really did take a lot of years to really get the brand recognition. So we continue to do, but in the past have done a number of consumer shows, distributor shows, and other trade shows. This is an example of a show we do every year in Toronto. It's called Wolfstock. Anybody who has a dog has probably heard of it. It's over 100,000 people and their dogs over a 2-day period. We do the Canadian Pet Expo at the International Centre 3 times a year, where we are often the show sponsor. We get lots of radio time, advertising, and you can see by the banner there, it's a great opportunity for brand awareness. This is an example of a trade show that we might do, where we get to meet with retailers, distributors, and people really from all over the world. It's a really great opportunity. You may be familiar, anybody with pets will know these stores. So we are in all the major pet specialty stores across Canada and many in the US. A little bit about Caledon Farms and Dog Delights. These are some of the banners that we sell our Caledon Farms products under. You can see the packaging on the bottom. Joe and I had the unique opportunity to be asked by Sobeys to be part of their Go Local program. So this was pretty exciting. This picture was put in all the Sobeys stores near our pet treats to just raise awareness about local communities. Really nice opportunity for us. We've been selling into Costco Canada for a number of years, and most recently we're awarded a contract with Sam's Club. We've got 4 truckloads of products going down to the States in November, so that's pretty exciting. I call this slide, the Loblaws crew comes to the Crumps facility. This was for our very first day of production of the Loblaws food. I've given you a couple examples of what the package looks like on the side there. We also sell private brand products. So if any of you are familiar with Kroger in the US, they've got over 2,000 stores. And we sell under the Abound label. So we've got about 6 or 7 different products that we sell into that chain. Over the years, we've had a few awards for most innovative product and highest customer service. A couple of slides about our plant and what we look like. We take food safety very seriously with a full lab. Sweet potatoes continue to be our #1 seller. We process over 100,000 pounds of sweet potatoes a week. A few of the faces of the Crump Group. And then quickly, just this year, we have overhauled our website, and we have established a real robust EDI system, which allows us B2B and B2C e-commerce capabilities. We've also hired a full-time social media person, because that's the way of the future, and so it's a great way to market our brand. This is an example of a brand new booth that we launched in Vegas in July. We just got the Best Booth Award at the Pie Jack Show in Toronto this month. an example of our packaging, brand new dog food that Crumps is launching next month. And finally, I had the opportunity just a week ago to attend the Gateway 17 conference at the Direct Energy Centre, sponsored by Alibaba. And Prime Minister Trudeau and Kathleen Wynne and John Tory were all there to speak to companies like ourselves about how we can enter the Chinese market via e-commerce platforms. So the future is definitely China, India, South America. We've got big plans. And before I forget, I'm going to be leaving a couple of boxes of Caledon Farms and Crumps Naturals dog treats. So anybody in the room who would like to take some at the end of the meeting, please do so. And again, thank you very much for the opportunity today.
Thank you very much. What a phenomenal story. I mean, wow. From Caledon and then to Brampton, of course. Every great story moves to Brampton at one time. So that's phenomenal. Thank you very much. We do have some questions, I think, both of the report and of the delegation. So we will move to Councillor Willens.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Two questions, actually. First question, do you have the food now or you're just treats now?
We have, so for the last 9 years, we've been producing treats, and it wasn't until 2017 that we launched the President's Choice dog food, and our own Crumps brand is going into retail the end of this month or early November.
So it'll be available at...
Yeah, you'll see it at pet specialty like Global stores, Pet Value,
Okay.
or other smaller
Okay,
chains.
good. The reason I ask is my dog's allergic to chicken, so we've had to go to the either the venison or buffalo
Okay.
with sweet
So
potato.
we have a fish formula just for you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Perfect. I'll try it. And well, my next comment actually is for Andrea and Amanda. Sorry. Thank you, Amanda, for that presentation. I've been on some of the calls with you, especially that WG Pro was a fantastic call. We learned a lot about how he came from a placement agency to where he is now 24 years later, staying in Brampton and expanding, which is a good thing for Ward 7 and 8 because Councillor Fortini joined me on that call as well, and it was a very, very good call. We learned a lot about the company through the efforts of your food and beverage sector, so thank you very much for that. And also, we wouldn't have found out about, I think it's Parpack, is it?
Parpack is now Polar Pack.
Oh, Polar Pack, sorry,
Yes.
Polar Pack, that could potentially be losing a location. We wouldn't have found that out unless we did those calls. So that's
Yes.
fantastic work. Good for you, and keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you to staff for getting out there and doing all those corporate callings. I remember at the beginning of this term, I mentioned to Bob Darling and the chair and vice chair, we had to get back into the corporate calling because we used to do a lot of it and we kind of got away from it. And you guys are doing a tremendous job. Thank you very much, and thanks for the leadership of the director and the CAO and the chair and vice chair of economic development. I think, and you guys are doing a fantastic job. Great, good to see that again. And I like the idea of come back and told us who you're meeting with and what you're accomplishing. That's fantastic too. To the Crumps, I have 2 Shetland sheepdogs, and there's no dog in the world that likes treats more than those 2 dogs. I tell you, they'll do anything for them, and they're not fussy. And I'm so glad that I can put a face on a company. We have had your products. I'm going to be honest with you, we don't buy them all the time because they're not fussy, so we just buy anything. But now that I put a face on a Brampton company that I don't even know is a Brampton company, we'll definitely be out there and look for your products and use them because our dogs live by treats. They turn their nose up to dinner and breakfast because they know they're going to get treats later. But thank you very much for being here today. It's great to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gibson. Your pets seem to have you very well trained. Thank you. Councillor Moore.
Councillor Gibson, they say your pets are like their owners. So, well, no, I'm not the well-trained part, but liking their treats part. Since we've got more actively into the corporate calling, which is something some of us around the table have really advocated for a number of years, I can't tell you how many who knew stories there are. And this is one of those who knew. Who knew that Crump brand was in Brampton? I've seen them, certainly shop at Pet Value at Kings Point Plaza. They know me and my dog when I go in. I want to congratulate you and staff, because this is really paying dividends for the city. We're getting a better understanding and appreciation for some of the success stories and some of the challenges of our business community. And maybe if I had had some of the Crump brand treats, it would have been easier to get my dog off the roof of the neighbor's garage after we adopted her from the Brampton Animal Shelter about 6 months after we got her. That's a true story. She was on the roof of the neighbor's garage, and we're trying to lure her off with treats. If she'd known it was a Crump, she'd have been there. Would have been a little bit easier, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Chair Palashi.
Thank you very much, Chair Bowman. Well, I can tell you that I've been hearing and listening to your story for years and years. One of my best friends is Grant Bowler. So he has been every Thank you. He's been telling me about your successes over many years, and I finally you're here and you're able to let us and all of Brampton know what you're doing, and I just want to thank you guys so much, because your story is unbelievable. And I tell you, anytime Grant and I are sitting around a fire and drinking some pops, he gets into the crumps, and I just want to thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair Palashi. Will you move approval of the staff presentation? Do we need to approve the delegation as well, Peter?
Yeah.
Can we do that together? Okay. All in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. Tremendous story. Thank you. Next up, we have a delegation from Susie Godefroy, Executive Director, Downtown Brampton BIA, regarding holiday market road closure requests. Susie, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Okay. Okay, good morning, Acting Mayor and members of Council. I'm Susie Godefroy, and I'm here with our Downtown Brampton business community today, and I just wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to delegate this morning. And my presentation this morning is actually about two different items. One being our some fall marketing support that we are seeking through the city, as well as the holiday market road closure requests. So for starters, I just wanted to note that the BIA and the City of Brampton have been in great talks about enhancing the content on Garden Square Screen, and the BIA would like to be providing the city with newsworthy downtown business content via videos, interviews, digital advertisements that would be running on a regular basis in the downtown core on Garden Square Screen. And essentially, this would be just promoting all the activity happening in the downtown. So this is a marketing request. This would be an ongoing digital marketing program that would be coordinated through our office. And right now, today I'm requesting that the City of Brampton consider granting the BIA 15 to 60 digital spots on a daily basis. So Bob and I have had, where Bob is? Bob and I have had great discussions about how we can, create more interesting content for the local residents of Brampton. The second part of my presentation this morning is about the downtown holiday season, and the BIA is in we've got a number of event and marketing activities on the go. Specifically, we're going to be working with the businesses in support of the city's Christmas market, November 17 to 19. We're a sponsor for the Brampton Board of Trade Santa Claus Parade. We're also looking forward to be a co-host for the second annual 3-on-3 hockey tournament that we did last year. And we're going to be providing carriage rides like we always do for the whole season. We'll be having Santa in the downtown core every Saturday from mid-November right to Christmas. And we'll be doing a number of events for the downtown retailers. Above and beyond this, we have a special tree decorating contest with the public schools of Brampton and the BIA, and we're also producing another magazine, a holiday edition of Discover Downtown Brampton. So we've got lots of things on the go, but today's presentation is specifically, we're looking at bringing a new event to downtown Brampton called the Holiday Street Market, and we're really excited about this concept. It's taking what we've done in the past with the City of Brampton with the previous Christmas markets and bringing more vendors into the program. So we're looking at bringing the Holiday Street Market into downtown on Main Street and Queen Street over 3 Saturdays. And we have partnered with a company called Vaulted Inc., who are an event planning company, and they are planning these events all over. So they're working with downtown Milton, they're working with the City of Mississauga, and even in Vancouver. So they've approached the BIA to partner with this. And essentially what we would be doing is we would be bringing about 100 to 150 vendors to the downtown core on Queen Street and Main Street, and we would be providing all of the BIA businesses the opportunity to participate at no charge. So that's the big thing. We have talked to a number of our retailers about this concept. It's coming from both our events committee and marketing committee, so the board naturally has endorsed this. And so what we are doing today is we're seeking your endorsement. We're not asking for any in kind. The event partner is going to be working with the BIA to cover all the event costs, security costs, and other event particulars. So at this time, I am here to ask council to consider endorsing 3 road closures on Saturday, December the 2nd, 9, and the 16th. And there's more details in the letter, as you can see, that's on the screen. So does anybody have any questions?
They sure do. Thanks, Susie. Just as a point of note, the council team is the reigning 3-on-3 hockey champions downtown, correct?
Yes. We are all in training right now.
Okay. Councillor Willens.
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Susie, for coming. It's always exciting to see things coming into downtown, and it's nice. With this event, though, about closing, I'm a little concerned about closing the roads for the 3 Saturdays for that length of time for downtown, because that is sort of I know we want to encourage people coming downtown and that, but there's a lot of people that do have to move around town to get shopping, Christmas shopping and whatnot. Have we maybe considered for this event to use all the lanes or Kenwell and Square or places like that to try it? Because you say it was doing it in other municipalities too. I'm worried that we wouldn't get the 100 vendors, and that would be. That's my only concern, is that because it's going to be labeled, whether we like it or not, whether it's a BI event, the residents from outside the downtown are going to say, well, the city closed the roads down, there's only 20 events down there, so what was the purpose?
Sure.
So have we considered maybe doing the lanes or around Kemble and Square?
We have, through the chair, we have considered those options, but right now we want to make this a wow factor for the downtown core. So, when you go to world Christmas markets all over the world, there's 80 to 150 vendors. And if we're marketing this across the GTA, it's got to be good.
Yeah.
And we've got, a number of retailers who are really excited about this and apprehensive, I say that, but we would be working, how do I say this? This is for Brampton and downtown Brampton and the Brampton residents. So our primary goal would be to bring our own BIA businesses and then Brampton businesses and Brampton community partners first and foremost. Working in the laneways limits the numbers, so certainly that is a consideration, but at this time our events team would really like to see this on the streets. It's a Christmas festival.
When do you think you would have the definite confirmation? I mean, that'd be great. If we had 150 businesses downtown Brampton and had to close the street, that would be great. Don't get me wrong. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah. Well, if you look at
there
the
has to
success
be
of Farmers Market, you have over 50 vendors.
Yeah.
I'm not sure of the exact number, but we're building on the success of what you guys have been doing for many years. You have a captive audience, meaning people that already know that there are markets in downtown. We have the pilot project with the Harvest Market, and this would just be a natural extension, but it would be focused on Christmas shopping and our retailers primarily.
Okay, thank you. I'll listen to the other speakers, and then maybe you can see what Bob says, but no, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Susie, for coming. I've been on the BIA for over 20 years now, and there's never been as much excitement in the downtown.
Thank you.
And kudos to staff, the city, and your group. I'm glad to see there's some people up in the audience from your staff and board members. This board, in my opinion, has been more active than any other board that I have ever sat on in the BIA in terms of the board members actually getting involved and doing, actually doing things rather than just coming to a meeting and having a say. They're out there doing work in their committees and stuff, and that's fantastic. That's what should have been happening all along, but it wasn't necessary. And that's not a knock on the other people that were there, because they all have businesses and they all are, have to spend volunteer time and to do that. But real kudos to your group and the city and the staff here because there's never been so much time, effort, and money spent on the downtown as there has been lately. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in the next 5 years, because I think we're now finally on the cusp of turning this downtown around to something that's going to be very exciting. I would like to, I know we run the city runs the market right now, right? The Christmas market?
Correct.
The BIA
Yes.
did start it, but then gave up on it. So I'd like to hear from staff. I haven't heard from staff at all yet about how they feel about this or how this would all work. So maybe we could hear from staff.
So thank you. Through the chair. So about 4 or 5 months ago, the BIA came to us and said that they didn't want to run the Christmas market any longer. So our staff has done a tremendous job in putting together a Brampton Christmas market on November 17th. The tree lighting will be utilizing Ken Willen Square, Daily Times. We have lights and so forth planned, and then also going into Garden Square. So we've undertaken this project, and it's really exciting, and I have to commend staff for picking this up and really doing it, because there is a significant amount of people. Last year was a very warm evening, and we had probably 15,000 people come to our tree lighting. So I do have to commend our staff. And then just not too long ago, Susie approached us on this event. And as Council, as I mentioned to you, the challenge we have with events is that we've always wanted to put on first-class events. We always want a high standard for our events. And that's why the grant program that we'll be presenting to you in the next, I think it's next week, or the 18th, I believe, is a funnel for us to look at all these events. It gives us a chance to look at marketing, communication, and all those things that are really important in putting on an event. As was mentioned, every event that's on public lands is really conceived to be a city event. So that puts us in a bit of a vulnerable situation. And so with this situation, we also have to look at our operating departments. There's a tremendous amount of impact on our transit for rerouting, our security. Our emergency vehicles have to be able to go through there. And also, this event, doing the research, is also being held in Milton at the same time. And they've been advertising this event for a significant amount of time, and they're doing the same timing on it. So, the concern that we have is there enough vendors that are going to be able to support those 4 closures of those 4 streets. So, and also understanding that next year there's going to be construction going on. Our thought, and we need to take this back to work with our operating departments because of what I said earlier, but I think an opportunity that was touched on, I think by Councillor Willens, and maybe we can work on this. The BIA has a significant expertise in putting on classic cars, which is a laneway event. So what I may recommend to council is to look at the laneways opportunity, and as the event grows, if it's 30 vendors, you can just expand it out, and you can use Diplock Lane, Ken Willen's, Daily Times, Vivian Lane, McCarter Lane, and really have a great event from that point of view. The big concern that we have, and maybe the only concern, I guess 2 concerns. One is it's a for-profit organization coming in that we don't have any way of testing and understanding if they're quality. They're promising 180. I've heard 40. I've heard the Milton one is going well, not going well. I've heard so many different stories, and I'm just afraid to expose the city to an event that may only be 25 vendors show up. So the recommendation, and maybe that we can look at, is using our laneways as an opportunity, and it's a good stepping stone for next year when the construction's on, that we can utilize it as well. So those are some of the things that that we're toying with. Obviously, we love festivals. Festivals draw people. We saw from the Jazz Festival, it was one of our best days for some of our restaurants. So we truly believe in festivals as an economic impact. I'm just challenged that had to make a decision on something that hasn't really been vetted through our proper process and coming to council with a decision, and if it's not successful, I believe the city ends up wearing it. So I am concerned on that, but happy to work with, to take it back and go forward on it and look for opportunities with it.
Thank you, Bob. It does bring out some interesting questions, and I'm not sure, Susie, if your group has discussed that. The worst thing we could do, I think we all want to support this. We all want to go for this. The worst thing you could do is start off this year on the street, and Bob's right, and then next year in construction, you wouldn't be able to do it. You don't want to start off with a bang and then the next year is gone, and then it's moved. So has your group given any thought about starting off in the lanes and then moving as it becomes successful?
Okay, through the chair, we really want to make it a street festival rather than the laneways. We certainly, we have an event called Party in the Lane. Actually, it was last Friday. Unfortunately, we had to cancel it due to the weather. And those events work, but to get the mass retail to really make it a festival, you need the street. So let's say the worst case scenario from this road closure request, Queen and Main, which is very similar to the Brampton road closure, it's actually identical. We could very well just say, okay, we have 50 vendors, we'll go, or 40 vendors, we'll go, let's look at Main Street North from Queen to Nelson. I mean, that would be probably the worst case scenario, if you want to use that word, but we really want to, we're trying to build the whole retail sector, bringing our own businesses and new businesses into the downtown core helps out from a retail strategy perspective as well, because we do have vacancies on Queen in particular that we're trying to look at different and unique opportunities to showcase the downtown in a positive light.
Okay, I really think we need to ask staff or direct staff to work with you on this. Saying that, I think we all want to see this happen. I do have concerns, as Mr. Darling said, about vetting out a group before we jump into this, because we have had, unfortunately, a bad experience before in the downtown with a group that we jumped on and thought that with all good intentions everything was going to work out well, and it didn't. So I don't know this group at all. I don't know whether we've had an opportunity to vet them out and see if they are what they are and how it's going. We've had a lot of delegations here with doing things in the past where we were promised a lot of things and it didn't turn out to be as it was. So I would like to see staff and yourself vet out that group before we jump into something. So I don't know how we do this. Maybe I'll just wait till other people speak, but I think the best way to do this is to give staff direction to work on this market, or whatever we want to call it, for Christmas thing, and figure out the best way to do it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Moore?
Well, thank you. I'd be happy to support a recommendation to send it back to staff so the two parties can work together. Just at first blush, though, Susie, like 100 to 150 vendors is a lot, and you said they're doing it in Milton and Mississauga as well. There's only so many vendors that attend these kinds of and support them, so I'd be a little worried about not getting that many. We probably get a good number from our folks in the downtown, but those are free. And in terms of the cost, like if I understand this, we would be paying them, because I sit on the board, but the BIA board would be paying $45,000, not to this group.
No.
That's in total for the downtown Christmas programming.
Correct, yeah, and that's sort of the reasoning. When we looked at the previous Christmas market model, we were spending approximately, I have a cold, $45,000 on the event, and when you looked at the actual numbers from a return on investment, we had 8 to 9 venders. It's a lot of money per evening.
So that is the money previously allocated to the Christmas market that the city's taking over now?
Correct. So we still have $45,000 that we're using for Christmas programming for 2017.
So how much are we paying? Okay, so the vendors, the 100 to 150 vendors will have to pay, other than our own merchants, our own downtown businesses. So anybody else external to the downtown will have to pay to be in the market
Correct.
to
So-
this company.
Yes.
How
So
much
that's
are
how
they having to pay?
they're charging, I believe, $250 to $350 a day in other cities. So our businesses would not be charged anything, which is a nice thing.
Right.
And, you know, we've talked to a number of them who are really excited to see this because, you know, if you look at what happened with the Caribram International Food Festival, who brought outside businesses into the downtown, there was a huge revenue generation there from a sales perspective from some of our businesses that we don't often hear about with events. So that's what we're, you know, the big goal is to bring more people into the downtown, to spend more money in the downtown. So the market, Holiday Market or Vaulted Inc. would be charging outside vendors a vending fee, and then they're paying for everything as well. So if you take the cost that we were spending to what, it's a marketing
Right, so
sponsorship
the
partnership here.
incentive for them, are they capping the number of downtown businesses that can participate? So there's
No.
no cap on hours.
Correct.
So the incentive is on them to find the external vendors so that they actually have a revenue stream that covers the cost of advertising the event and promoting it.
Exactly. And they're working with corporate companies like we just heard today earlier in an earlier delegation. So they've got some corporate brands that they're working with, and would certainly be working with the BI. You know, we don't want to bring a horrible event to the downtown core. We would never do that. Our signature is on it. We want to make this Brampton. It's a Brampton-based event with the downtown focus.
Okay. I do think it's a fair, Councillor Gibson, I think you raised it, a fair point in terms of next season, even for the farmers market, animating the lanes, you know, finding different locations, like having a walking farmers market as opposed to one concentrated. And maybe with it being the first year, that's why I'm supportive of sending it back to staff, looking at, I don't know what the capacity is in our laneways for like 10 by 10 booths, how many in, whether it's Ken Willens, Garden Square, and the various laneways, even the parking lot on George Street could be set up as a market, you know, connecting with Diplock Lane and so on. I don't know how many vendors we can get in there. I don't know whether those alternative spaces holds
an option.
50 vendors or does it hold 250. So I think that's the kind of work that staff can do with you.
Okay.
To sort of do a planogram of what it might look like if it was not on Main and Queen. Because I do think it might be successful regardless of where it's held, but next year it would be topsy-turvy because of the construction taking place. But okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Maderos.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you very much. This is really a bold program. You know, I'm excited. I think, you know, you've done your due diligence and, you know, the opportunity. You know, with that said, I do appreciate some of the comments from staff, and I know, as usual, you will work and coordinate and ensure there's that, you know, some of the considerations were raised. But, you know, I think this is fantastic. And, you know, regarding next year, you know, this year, bring in people, get people to know the downtown. It's a good marketing opportunity. You know, bring outside vendors and so on and so on. So I just, you know, I'm really excited about it. You know, thank you for the work, and I thank you for, you know, being bold and looking out of the box and what we can do, because clearly the last couple of years on some of the Christmas markets that I attended, we've had a great turnout right after the parade and all that stuff, but after there wasn't that sequence, and after it was a little bit, it didn't have the, I guess, the offerings, the commercial offerings that would require people to go downtown to do some shopping and so on. So hopefully, even if we get 40 vendors and they got some unique products and we bring people in, you know, this is what you do. And I think this is one of these risks that, you know, we want to jumpstart it. So.
Thank you. You know, we're looking at the models of the farmers market and now the harvest market, and you know, the harvest market is a shorter closure, meaning Nelson to Queen, or sorry, Queen and Main to Nelson, and, I believe there's about 40 vendors in that area from what I've heard from city staff. So again, we would be looking at bringing a wow factor to the downtown for Christmas time and, to provide a unique shopping experience.
And through the chair, one thing I have found with the festival is the ability to walk on the streets. When you confine it to the Garden Square, I find it's a little frustrating because everyone's just always bumping into each other, right? Everything's too focused. But when you have people be able to stroll on the streets and be able to look at different options and interact socially and so on, I think it's a great experience. So thank you very much from the BIA for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Miles.
Thank you very much. Susie, I think you're going to do it. I believe that you that you have the capacity to make this happen, and it will be amazing. So I think we should support it. I think we should allow the BIA to reach for the stars. And I think there's going to be so many vendors, you're going to have to spill over into the laneways because you're not going to have enough room. So that's
what we're planning.
That's what we want to think big, dream big. Let's go for it. We can worry about next year. This year, let's just have an amazing festival. Every year I go to the tree lighting with my family, and then afterwards I'm so frustrated because even for the small amount of little booths, you can't get close to them. There's too many people, right? And so you give up. And this way, if you have that many vendors and then you spread it out on over, people will be able to enjoy the market and they'll come back. I know my family came, my nephew came from Oakville to the Christmas market in downtown, and there was nothing there. So, they ended up coming to visit me, which was great. But it was so the promotion was good. Yeah, I was a consul, and people were coming from as far away as Oakville. But when they got there, there was nothing there. So, hopefully, that isn't going to deter people from coming. But I think the amount of vendors, actually having things that people want to buy around Christmas time is really important. The tree lighting draws so many people. If you have that wow factor, people will come back, right? They'll go to the Christmas lighting and they'll say, it's amazing downtown, let's go down on whatever day. So
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to say, if we do get the green light through the city, and this gives us the opportunity to start organizing it, and then we would come back to you and let you know how those numbers are. But we definitely do want to make this a wow factor, and we would make that call. But to your point, we don't want people coming from all over the GTA to come and see 8 booths. That's just, if we're spending all this marketing dollars, we want to really showcase Brampton. We're building on, successes of so many different people. And I did want to say I have a dedicated marketing team behind me. I've got Andrea here, who's our event planner, and Christina, who's on the board, and Jonathan and Bobby. And the enthusiasm behind this is really going to be the success of this event. And the more we talk this out to different people that are connected, like yourselves, they get it. And the whole thing is we're going to be providing retail, and we're also going to have artisans as well as entertainment. So there'll be little stages. It'll be a Christmas festival. So I just wanted to thank you again for having me here today to delegate on this topic.
So let's just let them go for it. Let's just let them go for it and not impede them in any way, and trust that they will come back to us if things aren't working out. Let's support the recommendation and say, go for it. Along with direction that staff will help support this. Right?
Mr. Clerk, I see you wanting to jump in there.
Just members of the committee, just to remind you, this is a delegation on a matter for which there's no staff report, and under Council's procedural rules, this matter should either be received or referred back to staff for a report, and the debate would then happen when the report comes back on the options.
This is something we do every year, Mr. Clerk. Every year the BIA comes with the plans for the farmers market.
Through you, Mr. Chair, decisions on closing roads have to be made by council through a resolution with a report.
So how quickly can staff come back with a report?
So through the chair, we will try to come back for council next week. So, because then if it goes to committee, then it would be another week. So understanding this event is 2 months away, we'll work on trying to get something to council next week.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Councillor Miles? Councillor Gibson?
Okay, we've had a lot, I didn't put the motion on the floor at the beginning because I wanted to see what everybody else had to say, and I think we're all saying the same thing. We want to make something happen here. So I still have some concerns about vetting out a group, so I'd like staff to be able to do that, because we've had that happen before. I won't say out loud what group it was, but because I'll end up with a lawsuit on me like the other one. But we have had problems before. This group needs to be vetted out. At least staff need to be comfortable that it's a good group. So I'd like to move the motion then that we refer this to staff to work with the BIA and to make it happen with the direction that we're going to make something happen here. And that Mr. Darling's group have an opportunity to go through the other groups in the city and come back with something good.
Okay.
So hope you get that wording, Peter.
Yep. Who wanted to? Oh, go ahead.
So if I may, through the chair, the transit implications on this are fairly significant, and given the way we plan for road closures and detours through our union and everything, and through the bidding process of our services to our customers to make sure our customers understand what times the buses will come by at certain times, this would be a fairly significant undertaking, and we wouldn't be able to meet the timelines unless we deem it as an emergency detour, which has cost implications to that as well. So I just want to mention that the timelines are extremely tight for Mr. Darling to come back with a report, be it next week or the week after, would well pass our ability to plan for it effectively, and we'd have to treat it as an emergency detour for those 3 days. It would be fairly significant to our customers as well.
Okay. Oh, Chair Palesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to Alex, I guess we can hold that portion off until that can come back at a later date, right? Why would we need you to plan for this for next week when the event isn't until mid-December? You have until mid-December to plan for it. If we're giving you the okay to go ahead and do it now, we don't want you to come back with we don't want you to have to crunch the planning to next week.
So through the chair, what typically happens, Councillor, is that we need to plan for the detour, and then we have to schedule that into what's called the board period for a scheduling system to effectively do this in the right fashion. What happens is in our bidding process, though, these are posted in about 8 to 10 weeks in advance of the union. The bidding process starts 8 weeks before the operators pick, so we've already passed an envelope to effectively manage that through a scheduling process for our customers. We'd have to treat this, regardless at this point, if it was approved to do those closures, we'd have to treat it as an emergency detour, what we deem it as, and there are different resources that are required because our schedules can't be put out to our customers at that time.
What bidding process do you have to go in through?
So what happens, and I want to be guarded through the chair about the level of detail I get in, but I'd be more than happy to explain it. So certainly every stop in our system has a time that our routes go by. When we have a detour like this, we have to, in effect, disable a certain amount of stops, provide additional time for the buses to travel through the detour route because we're so tight in the schedule. And that is actually cut to a very sophisticated scheduling system that propagates that to our customers for arrival times, and also puts this into the 490 shifts that we have for our operators to pick through a seniority-based union collective agreement requirement. So it gets very complex for transit. It sounds simple on the face of things, but it becomes a very complex situation. We're more than happy to treat it as an emergency detour, but our customers will not have the same effect in terms of the bus routings and the times that they arrive there. So it's a bit more complicated just on the transit planning side and scheduling side.
Would you be able to come back next week with the amount of the difference in cost towards you turning it, or us turning it into an emergency situation?
Absolutely. Through the chair, we can work with Mr. Darling's group and provide a very detailed analysis of what the impacts would be for the operators on getting buses back on time, and the resources we need to do that for those 3 days. Absolutely, we can work with Mr. Darling's group.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair Pelechi. And we will receive the delegation first.
Mr. Chair, probably it could be one motion that the delegation, this is moved by Councillor Gibson, that the delegation be received and that the request from the Downtown Brampton BIA regarding a proposed holiday market and associated road closure requests for December 2, 9, and 16, 2017 be referred to staff for a report back to council on potential options for accommodating this type of event, including consultations with the BIA.
Okay. No questions? All in favor? Thank you very much, and I hope through transit and special events we can get this done so that there's minimum impact on the transit line, maximum impact for the BIA. So, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We're really excited about this event, and we really thank you for all of your support. Thank you.
Thanks, Susie. And at this point, I will turn it back over to Chair Pelechi.
Thank you very much, sir, but just hold your horses because we're going to turn it back to you in a second. Everything's in consent. There's no correspondence. Councillor question periods. Does any councillors have any questions with relation to community services? Seeing none, I'd like to turn the chair over to Councillor Bowman to chair economic development.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pelechi. We will move into economic development, excuse me, and culture section. First, we have a staff presentation 7.1 from Bob Sagan, Advisor, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, and Paul Aldonare regarding the university update, which is a standing item on our agenda. Bob.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to members of committee. I'll take you through this. It's a very short update. You've seen this before, but one key event is October 2nd. Our colleagues at Ryerson University and Sheridan College did make their completed template and provided it to the Ministry of Advanced Education and Skills Development as they were required to do. We confirmed that both with both institutions and with the ministry, and now the ministry has the joy of working through the completed template, understanding it, deciding what questions, both on the Ryerson template and the one submitted by Wilfrid Laurier. So they're under the gun towards that December 2017 announcement. Since the September 6th decision by this committee to support the investment strategy, we've been working on looking at what the implementation aspects are if both the province proceeds, as we anticipate, and with the support of council early next year likely, proceeding with this. What does it mean for our building, the Center for Education, Innovation, and Collaboration? How does the Ryerson building tie into this? How do we make this work seamlessly as we can? How do we work across the city departments and divisions to make sure this is all coming together the way it has, so that council has all the information you need it when you need it? In addition to taking a look at additional work that we need to do with the outside clients, you're talking to the BIA, but the innovation work plan involves entrepreneurs, innovators, and existing businesses, much like the Crumps, how to help them take advantage of Ryerson University, Sheridan College here, how to help other businesses like them, and new businesses coming into the city through the efforts of Mr. Darling and his team. And finally, we have on October 16th, and you've heard this from my colleague Michelle, we've hired Urban Metrics, who did an earlier study for the city on the economic impact. They'll be reporting to us and then having a more complete report on October 16th. We'll have our team plus colleagues from finance and corporate services to look through that and understand that. And that'll be part of the package we'll be bringing to you along with the final pieces, the MOU. How do we have this agreement, both legal and policy-wise, across all parts of the city department to make sure that when you do decide to go with a $150 million investment up to implemented, it fulfills the requirements that you've identified. Next steps, the detailing requirements are the considerable amount of work that we're working through the line groups, but also in partnership with Sheridan, with Ryerson, and with their business partners and their colleagues from outside that will have to actually implement the building to make sure that we're in line, within sync. How do we work this? To take a look at options where we might be working very closely with Ryerson, or maybe there's a chance we have to be clearly separate. There'll be a number of planning development issues, building, site development, design, all these start to be thought about. We'll be working with the CAO's office and Laura Rubin Vaughn about the government relations. We are looking to where are there other sources of funding to help us, to help the city, to help Ryerson, to make sure this is a much more improved project. We're also looking at the government relations for the CEO in particular here, and reaching back into the Ministry of Advanced Education, who they have a new deputy minister, and we've gone through a recent staff changes at the senior level to rebuild some of the relationships, to make sure that we can argue very persuasively, with your assistance, for increased number of students and increased funding. We want to make this the best piece. So that all those pieces are coming together. They're the steering committee that we've been working on, where you've heard from Michelle in the past. That's continuing on. There's a definitely need to keep discussions going, particularly if the ministry has questions, but also how do we get the best answers, but also how to best prepare for both the decision that the province is anticipated to make, plus the decision that we hope the council will be making early in the new year, how we were best prepared so we can then move forward if the answer is to proceed, and move forward as seamlessly as we can. So with that, Chair, members of council, any questions?
Seeing no questions, would someone like to move the motion? Oh, sorry, Councillor Miles, sorry.
Thank you very much for Bob, for continuing to keep us abreast as to what's happening. I think it's really important. The big question on everybody's mind is where the location is going to be. So at what point does that become public information?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Miles, we're anticipating when the province makes this decision, in line with Ryerson and Sheridan, they'll make that announcement as well. We know it will be downtown. They're looking at a number of sites. But while they're making that final decision, work is going on. What will the building look like? What will be in their building? What would be in our building? There's a number of elements that cannot wait till that decision then start over again, particularly if you're looking at that you want the first classes to start possibly as early as the fall of 2022. When you work back from that date, usually we're tight on time. So we anticipate when the province makes this announcement, that will be also the announcement of the sites.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Dillon has moved the motion to receive the presentation. All in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. Thanks, Bob. We will move on now to 7.1.2, a staff presentation from Kelly Stahl, Senior Manager, Cultural Services of Economic Development and Culture, and it's the Cultural Master Plan. Kelly, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, CLT. In support of a prosperous and culturally vibrant community, the City of Brampton is undertaking the development of Brampton's first Culture Master Plan. This plan is to set the vision and strategic direction for arts and culture in this city. When the plan is complete in June of 2018, it will guide the delivery of municipal cultural services and investments for the next 10 years. I'm pleased to be here today, along with Victoria Mountain, our Manager of Culture, and the staff lead on the development of the plan to officially launch this project. You'll recall in April 2016, Council established the Arts and Culture Panel comprised of 18 cultural leaders from the Brampton community and 5 members of Council. The panel was mandated to provide Council with recommendations on the role of the municipality in arts and culture. In November 2016, the Culture Division realigned with Economic Development with the objective to jointly advance Brampton's prosperity, opportunity, and livability. This move signaled a shift in the position of cultural services within the city and recognizes culture as a critical economic, community, and tourism driver. The panel successfully delivered their final recommendations to Council in May of 2017. recommending the role of the municipality in arts and culture should be that of a facilitator, partner, and promoter, and that the city should move forward with the development of Brampton's first culture master plan. A vibrant arts and culture scene is a key component to any great city. It attracts residents, businesses, investment, and tourism. And over the past year, we've begun applying a culture lens to our work in economic development. Of note, there are three important dimensions of culture-led economic development: culture and quality of place, culture as the expanding creative economy, and cultural tourism. We know that engagement in arts and culture is a catalyst for creative thinking and innovation, and communities where arts and culture thrive attract creative, talented, and skilled people to live and work there. Along with the University and Center for Education, Innovation, and Collaboration, these are essential qualities in the knowledge-based economy and vital to Brampton's future growth and prosperity. By creating a culture master plan for Brampton, we are proactively planning for and investing in the quality of our arts and culture scene, and in turn enhancing quality of place and our potential for significant economic and tourism impact. Following a competitive request for proposals, industry experts Lord Cultural Resources and Nordicity have been retained as the consulting team to lead research and community engagement alongside a community-based steering committee who will provide expertise, represent diverse interests, and oversee the plan's development. Work on the Culture Master Plan begins now in October 2017 and is anticipated to be complete by June 2018. A three-phased approach has been developed for undertaking and completing the plan, including research and analysis, public engagement, and the draft and final plan. The final plan will include vision and goals for priorities for the next 10 years, key objectives and recommendations, and associated implementation plan. The Culture Master Plan will align with the city's game changers and corporate priorities, build on previous planning studies, and lay the foundation for related cultural investments to come. The process will build upon the foundational work of the Arts and Culture Panel and includes a robust public engagement process. This will be supported by a team of city staff and executed in collaboration with key internal and external partners. A strategic and timely communications plan will also accompany the phases of work and includes monthly updates to City Council, stakeholders, and interested members of the public. We've developed a dedicated webpage to this project at brampton.ca/culture masterplan. From here, our next steps include the confirmation of the Project Steering Committee by October 10th, the first meeting of the consulting team and steering committee the week of October 16th, and following this, work on phase 1 of the project, research and analysis, will get underway. City staff will report to committee on November 1st with the first progress update on the project. The presentation and accompanying report today signals the launch of the Culture Master Plan and outlines our phased approach to be expected in the deliberate development of this process. City staff are committed to the success of this project. We'll be providing the monthly updates on project progress and look forward to returning to here in November with the first of these updates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good work. I forgot to mention that we can bring report 7.2.1 forward as well with Kelly's presentation. We do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Councillor Willens.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kelly, for this report.
Thank you.
It's quite obvious the culture was in the wrong department back in the old days. It's good to see it over in economic development because it's evident that it shows that culture ties in with the economic of a community. So it's great. And thank you for the opening, the kickoff. It was great, and thank you, Victoria. I was on behalf of the mayor who couldn't make it. We were down at Sid Manser Park for the unveiling of the River Drew Me Here, and we had the opportunity to meet the artist. And through that, we actually found that Peter Pan, the playwright of Peter Pan, is directly related to people in Brampton, the Mansers. So it was kind of cool to see that the playwright Peter Pan is actually tied to Brampton in an indirect way. And I'd like to thank Councillor Bowman and Councillor Paleshi for joining that day. So this is exciting. I'm looking forward to big things. So thank you very much.
We're excited too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Miles.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I certainly appreciate seeing all of the work that's been done coming together and with an actual finish date and a process. I think that's really important. One of the things that I heard when we were going through the beginning stages of the process as a steering committee was from the arts community was, hey, how come I wasn't consulted? Hey,
Right.
I would have liked to sit on that. Hey. So I think the public engagement part of this is really, really important so that we do enable a large group from members of the public to become engaged in this process. Do you know what form the community engagement is going to take?
Through the chair, we do have a robust engagement plan as part of the RFP that was submitted through the Lord Cultural Resources. The engagement is intended to last between sort of January and March, and is pop-up at events, it's social media, it's staff really want to sort of see this community-led program, and so we're putting engagement at the forefront of this progress. So when we bring the next progress report to you, we will be talking about what that communication strategy and engagement plan looks like in detail, but it is certainly, we heard from the Arts and Culture panel as well, the importance of engagement, and we as staff acknowledge that that's going to be the success of this plan. So it's certainly a significant portion of our strategy, and we'll bring more details to you.
So Kelly, at one point in time, the city, in conjunction with the Arts Council, had actually chartered all of the arts and cultural groups, organizations, and businesses on a map that went across the city. I forget what we actually called that, but you know what I'm talking about.
The cultural map.
That was easy, the cultural map. So, is there a way of taking that cultural map and using that to actually inform and communicate the community about the cultural master plan and opportunities for community engagement?
Yes, through the chair. Cultural mapping is one of the components in the first phase of this project through the research and analysis. So we'll be looking at the current culture map, looking at any additions to that, but it's something that we can take back to can we animate that cultural map with opportunities for engagement? So I appreciate the comment, and we'll look at that.
Okay, one of the other really, I think, successful initiatives that the municipality engaged in when we were going through the cultural mapping was some of the forums that were held at the Rose Theatre that were really well attended and really served to engage the broader arts community, arts and cultural community, and I'm wondering if that kind of a forum wouldn't be a positive way as well to engage our arts and cultural community in this master plan. I don't want to dictate that that you do that, but I think consideration for that kind of a forum might be a really positive way to kind of kickstart that community engagement process off.
Yes, through the chair, we agree. We want to look at multiple ways of engaging too, online, in-person, pop-up, more formalized. So we want to make sure that we're hearing from and giving opportunity for as many residents and stakeholders, businesses to be involved in the process. So,
super. Well, great job, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Today.
Happy to be here.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kelly, for bringing this forward. I just wanted to highlight, with relation to what Councillor Williams was saying, was referring to the economic benefit. And in the report here, it says that culture is one of the fastest growing sectors in Ontario, generating approximately $22 billion of Ontario's GDP, with more than 280,000 jobs supporting, and that is unbelievable. Also I wanted to mention that the Carabram World of Food, together with the World of Jazz, showed a significant impact to the downtown businesses. And I think, what we're doing and what staff's doing is definitely, it's in the right steps, and everything that we're very excited to see this coming forward, and with everything that you guys are doing, all the hard work that you guys are putting into this is unbelievable, and the benefit that we're going to be seeing is fantastic. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi. Councillor Moore. Oh, I think I just cut you off.
To the best of my recollection, this is the first cultural master plan plan the city of Brampton has had. So I think that in and of itself is something to celebrate. You know, the reorg and putting all of those businesses that were in under one umbrella makes a lot of sense. I've been a little frustrated, with the dissolution of the Brampton Arts Council. Things seemed, I guess, not well put together. But I think you've done an amazing job at continuing to support the arts, the cultural and arts community, during this period of transition. And I think it's, in retrospect, looking at where we are today, it really is more important to get it done right than to get it done quickly. And I think that all the work that you've done to get it done correctly and to properly support the arts community and the city's objectives as well is really deserving of recognition. So thanks to you and the whole team that's held it together during this period of time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other speakers, Councillor Moore, would you like to move Kelly's presentation and the report? Thank you. All in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. Thanks, Kelly. Okay, 7.1.3 we covered earlier under delegation 5.2, and 7.1.2 was just moved up. There's no other new business, no correspondence. Council question period. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, I will turn it over to Councillor Miles for corporate services.
Of Council, we are going to call the corporate services portion of the agenda to order. We have a really robust agenda this morning with a lot of reports that I think are future ready and game changers for the city of Brampton. So it's a very positive agenda. And we're going to start off with the first report, Modernizing the City of Brampton Policies and Practices. And I believe Mr. Schlang is going to introduce this.
Thank you very much, Chair. And this is really a critical time for us in the corporation. My commitment to you when I started is that we're going to transform the organization and also start to work on how we transform some of our policies and modernize them. Over time, you've seen that some of them are 10 years old, 15 years old. They haven't been updated. And today, later on, after Natalie's presentation, we are looking at the first policy change, an authority administration policy change. But you're going to see a lot more over the next 6 weeks of policy changes that we've been working on. Because we're an administration that really supports openness and transparency, the first component of policy establishment is a policy framework. And I'd like to introduce Natalie Early, who has been working with us for a while and on this framework, so that you feel comfortable that we make these policies more public, more transparent, and it's really around this framework. So I'll pass it on to Natalie.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, members of council, members of the senior leadership, the corporate leadership team. It's a privilege to be in the chambers this morning to talk to you about Brampton's policies and practices. I thought I would kick off the presentation with some wisdom from Warren Buffett, who talks about, should you find yourself in a situation where you're in a a continually leaky boat, sometimes it makes sense to change vessels as opposed to continuing to patch the leaks. And in a way, our policy framework is like that boat. We've created a huge body of policy in a siloed fashion to patch holes without some care in terms of how those policies match up and are linked together. So while we have a number of tools in place, I think we can do better and we must do better if we want to have a strong foundation for the city to be agile, to be competitive, to be innovative, and to be the model of good government. So as a bit of a level set, we often talk about government being a foundational element for good government. And so on this slide, we've tried to simplify that for you so that you can make the link between policy and good government, whether we're talking about our products as being instruments of governance or we're talking about our processes in terms of consistent evidence-based discussions. There's also the link between good policy and outcome and positive outcomes for the public, whether that has to do with quality of services, level of services, or even managing the expectations of the public in terms of their perception on value for money. There's also a link between an appropriate risk framework and the city being able to be competitive and being agile. And there are also linkages between other work that the city is doing right now around the good government frame in terms of our asset management, in terms of our delegations of administrative authority, internal audit, performance measurement, and core services review. If you ask two people to define policy, you'll probably find you'll get two different definitions. So one of the first things that we did, and it's part of the governing policy that we're asking you to approve today, is a robust set of definitions. And in that robust set of definitions are two. Definition of policy and a definition of standard operating procedure. You'll see when we're looking at our current state of our policy regime that in a number of cases we have policy that's full of procedure, or we have procedures that we're considering policy. So we thought it was important for staff that we define clearly what a policy is and when to use a policy versus a standard operating procedure. One of the first stakes we put in the ground when we were doing this work was to define what the quality standards were. Policy people will tell you policy should be outcomes-focused, evidence-based, fiscally sound, and risk-appropriate, almost in a muscle memory type of effect. You'll recognize a number of these standards because they come from some of our foundational documents, like the strategic plan. Forward-looking is making sure that when we do policy, we're not trying to solve the problems of yesterday, but that we're looking down the street and around the corner, and we're future-ready for things that might come up. It's important that our policy be aligned and integrated. That speaks to the problem solving. Very rarely do we have a problem where one department can solve the problem by themselves. It has to cut across numerous departments, and so it's important in our policy process that we are collaborative and we're working horizontally. And at the end of the day, if our policy isn't supporting you in terms of your decision making, then what's the point of the policy? This is my favorite slide because this tells you that there's lots of work to be done. And there are lots of areas where we can actually make improvements. One of the current gaps in our current policy regime is the fact that we don't actually have a formal policy regime. We don't have documents that clearly articulate our corporate responsibilities and lines of accountability. We don't have a logical hierarchical structure to the way our policies are organized and they relate to each other. There really isn't a shared understanding of what constitutes quality, both in context of our products and our process, to the slide just before, and also the important piece around proper controls and compliance. We've put the stat up in the left-hand corner in terms of the number of policies, one to just give you a sense of how big the current body of policy is, but also to say that we can't with a certain certainty actually tell you that that's the number of policies. Some of the work that we're doing right now is to update our policy registries so we have a clear understanding of the policy on the books, and also from a best practice perspective to work with the clerk's department and IT department to put those up on brampton.ca so there's clear transparency in terms of what the policy regime is. We're not currently doing policy reviews on a regular basis. It's best case practice to review policies every 3 to 5 years. In the governing policy that's attached to the report, it's our recommendation that policy be reviewed at least every 3 years and more and sooner if there's a business imperative to do that. A number of these concerns have been flagged in internal audit reports, so one of the signs of success would be not to be in those internal audit reports on a go-forward basis. We currently don't have a policy guide that speaks to how policy should be developed, and that's on our work plan on a go-forward basis. And currently, we have a number of administrative matters that are being advanced as council policy, and that we would be looking at clarity on that. In terms of a policy framework, we're building a 4-pillar policy framework, starting with strengthening our policy foundation, so our leading practices are up to snuff, looking at building policy competence within the corporation and a community of practice. So we're, as a learning organization, we're bringing people together so we have a sense of what's working and what's not working and making us better at what we do. Policy is about data analytics. Evidence-based policy is about data analytics. So looking at what our research capacity is and where we have to build that. And then also fostering idea generation and innovation. For the next 6 months, we're focusing on the first pillar of strengthening our policy foundations, our systems and methodologies. And on slide 9, this is the action plan that we're proposing. A number of these activities are already in action. We're before you this morning with a revised governing policy and policy frameworks. We're currently working on a policy guide that will speak to our methodologies, our tools, and revised templates that have clarity around consequences for noncompliance, outcomes, and some of those pieces that are missing right now. We talked about updating the policy registry, and we're hoping to come back to you before the end of the year with a report as a quick win in terms of those policies that are currently obsolete and can be taken off the books, again, to clean up our policy framework. In the new year, we're looking at policy evaluation, putting together a methodology so there's clarity when you review a policy, what do we actually mean by that? And providing a report to council in the new year on those policies that we think are of high priority and should be reviewed, and looking for your direction on that. We'll be working with the clerk and IT on getting these policies posted, which again provides another public view on our policies in terms of compliance by virtue of them being public, and then establishing the corporate-wide community of practice. The outcomes to the right are really what we're driving towards and what the value of this work is about: the public transparency, clarity to the public and to staff in terms of roles and responsibilities through the whole policy program, proper controls and compliance, a logical structure for how our policies are organized, so when staff are going to those policies to seek guidance because they want to do the right thing, there's clarity in terms of that, and then also that integrated decision-making. In the governing structure, or in the governing policy that's part of this report, we lay out the different policy instruments that are available to us, whether that be bylaw, council policy, or administrative matters. We've tried to depict that in a simpler view for you. The governing policy is much more specific as to the criteria and how we would differentiate between one or the other. Sorry, I'm ahead of myself. For clarity, in terms of the policy approach that we're recommending, this would be something that would be implemented on a go-forward basis. We're not recommending any change to the council, approved council policy as it is on the books.
Any changes would require us coming forward to you and seeking your support to make those changes. So just from a clarity perspective. And in addition, to just reiterate, in that governing policy, our improvements are ensuring that policies are reviewed, the commitment to post those policies publicly, and that would be the piece. So that is the framework.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Medeiros?
Thank you, through the chair. This is excellent work. Thank you very much. It's almost like Policy 101, introduction to policy, and then I really like the way that you've created the policy governance framework. One thing I think is an important aspect is when you talk about rescinding outdated policies.
Yes.
So I think the communication of it, I really believe this is something, when you talk about reducing bureaucratic burden, when you talk about reducing, I think there's an opportunity for us to really communicate that. So, it's one thing being public and transparent, but I hope there's a communication plan around it, yes, so that we show the public that value, because there's a tremendous value for us really streamlining our policies, ensuring they're modern, effective, and they reflect, our current priorities. So I would like to hope that, there's some communication around this to the public. It's not just simply posting our policy on it, that this is part of a strategy of the modernization that the City of Brampton is going through.
Yes. And through you, Madam Chair, we would ensure that when we bring the report to Council, we have a clear narrative as to why this policy is before you and the benefits of the approach, certainly.
But this is fantastic work, and I think it's, when you look at the policy governance framework and just even, there's a lot of clarity in roles and decisions.
Yes.
And that's really important for that structure that we needed, and really is the, you would say that really tightens everything that goes on. But this is excellent work. Thank you.
Okay, I have no other speakers on this issue. It's been moved by Councillor. Okay, so the motion then is to receive the presentation and approve the recommendations in the report. That's been moved by Councillor Willens. All in favor? That's carried, and thank you very much for your comprehensive report.
That's great.
So the next item on our agenda is also a presentation, and it's in regards to granting administrative authority and reshaping Brampton's future, 8.1.2. I can't hear you. Okay. Commissioner Patari is going to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first and foremost, I want to thank this council and CAO Schlang for providing a comprehensive vision for the city of Brampton, as well as leveraging a number of key opportunities and game changers that really elevate this city and bring it to the next level, and recognize how quickly it is growing and evolving, and that there is a need, much like Natalie's previous presentation, is to be more agile and responsive. As corporate services, we have an obligation to our operating departments to provide them with the tools to be as agile, accountable, transparent, and provide them the clarity to do the work that they need to do to ensure that we deliver on what is important to this city. Part of that, Madam Chair, is just a few months ago, I promised Council, I provided Council with an update about a strategic and pragmatic way forward with for corporate services, which noted many exciting initiatives as well as some recent successes. We had a good debate, and we received full support from Council. And if I recall, he's not here today, but I believe, to paraphrase Councillor Spovier, he indicated it was great information, and he was looking forward to seeing some proof through actions and outcomes. Madam Chair, we bring you the fruits of our labors today in the form of one of those key deliverables we noted just a couple of months ago. and that being, we promised you a proposed new administrative authority bylaw. Our in-house legal team, headed up by Claire Hicks, took on the significant task of reviewing and updating our administrative authorities. As Claire and Dennis will share with you the process that they undertook, I want to acknowledge their efforts, along with numerous stakeholders across the corporation who assisted with this review. We bring you today a comprehensive, consolidated administrative authority bylaw that has the necessary controls to mitigate risk while providing the corporation the agility it needs to be responsive in an efficient and effective way. It also provides clarity, openness, accountability, and transparency for council and staff. We undertook a comprehensive legislative framework for this process, one component of which is to include the design of a monitoring, accountability, and the design of a reporting plan associated with this bylaw. So council will be kept informed of any staff actions coming out of any type of accountability administrative authority bylaw. As noted in the report, one of the next steps for us will be an administrative authority policy, which is required under the legislation, which will articulate that report back. But without further ado, I do want to turn it over to Claire and Dennis to provide you an overview of what we've accomplished.
Thank you. Through the chair to committee, delegated authority is authority council gives its staff to get things done. It covers a range of activity from signing agreements to approving condominium descriptions to designating construction zones. The existing bylaw, passed in 2011, simply consolidated in one place the patchwork of delegations councils of the past previously made from time to time over the years. These delegations were not necessarily good, but at least you could find them. Deficiencies in previous delegations, however, has become a problem. Action taken without clear authority creates risk for all, the corporation, staff, and council. To bring forward a comprehensive delegation of authority required benchmarking other municipalities for best practices and consultation with every city department, division, and section. The object is to achieve authority delegated and exercised in a manner which reflects not the town Brampton was, but the city it is. For matters not routine, council will see there are limitations, reporting requirements, or other checks and balances as warranted. The object of this bylaw is to simplify processes and reduce bureaucracy and to make the corporation more nimble, but from the standpoint of legal services, more particularly, to make the authority which is vested in staff entirely clear. We are therefore pleased to present the city's first coordinated, comprehensive bylaw for delegating authority for committee's consideration. And for that, I turn the matter over to legal counsel Claire Hicks of our office, who took the lead on this project.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this morning and bring this report to you. And thank you, Commissioner Patari and Dennis, for introducing the report and the proposed administrative authority bylaw. As outlined in my report and as discussed by Dennis, the existing delegation of authority bylaw 191 is a consolidation of several bylaws that have been developed over the years, and the proposed new bylaw is addressing a lot of the deficiencies and updating the existing delegations of authority. So in my presentation, I will discuss some of the deficiencies in the existing bylaw and review the risks inherent in that bylaw, as well as some of the key differences in the bylaw being proposed. So a delegation of authority bylaw in general is essential for the effective and efficient operation of a fast-growing municipality.
under the Municipal Act, authority may be delegated to staff to allow for the exercise of administrative powers and quasi-judicial or legislative powers that are considered minor in nature by council, without the need to go to council to exercise those powers. The purpose of delegation of authority bylaw is to allow for administrative efficiency, accountability. It also allows council the ability to unilaterally revoke delegations without notice. And that is also part of the existing delegation of authority bylaw. The existing bylaw, as mentioned, is outdated. It's failing to meet the corporation's needs. It only consolidates one-off delegations that have been previously made, some dating back to the late 70s. There is a lot of uncertainty. We're getting a lot of requests in legal about the extent of the delegations, legal opinions being required in some cases to interpret the delegations. That should not be required in a clear bylaw that delegates the authority of council on behalf of the corporation. It also creates some uncertainties about the controls that are in place for the exercise of that authority. As a result, there's a risk of exposure to city staff and the corporation for authorities that are executed or exercised either without certainty and in binding the corporation under agreements where there may not be clear authority delegated to do so. Not necessarily outside the bylaw, but in terms of the broad delegations being applicable to the certain matters at hand. So as a result, staff is recommending a modernized bylaw with clear delegations, appropriate controls. Some of the risks, just to take a quick look at some specifics in the existing bylaw, the mayor and clerk are currently required to execute purchase and sale agreements. The risk level is identified here as quite high. There's a risk of closing dates not being met in real estate transactions. There's also no mechanism to execute non-disclosure agreements, which is really unacceptable. I mean, there's the ability of the CIO to execute documents in the usual operations of the department. Whether or not that applies to NDAs is really unclear, and these types of agreements may need to be executed at all different in all different departments across the organization. So there's a high risk of the corporation being offside of its existing bylaw, which is really intolerable. There's no mechanism to approve residential demolition applications, so this is creating some risk to delays of development projects where there is a demolition that's required, not just in relation to the risk of the development project being delayed, but also a little bit of reputational risk to the city. We're slow, we're not responsive, based on the feedback that I've heard. There's also no mechanism to execute grant agreements, also creating high risk of there being sort of vague or unclear authority in the execution of those agreements. Those are currently delegated, not specifically, but there is another delegation to the commissioner to execute agreements in the usual operations of the department. So it is that delegation that gives effect to these agreements in the existing bylaw. So some key differences, a very high level, the existing bylaw, 35 delegations, the new bylaw, 110. Was not an insignificant difference, but the document is actually much leaner in the proposed form than the 2011 bylaw. When you look at the actual number of pages involved and the words on the page, the proposed delegation bylaw, the administrative authority bylaw, is quite a bit leaner. And we hope brings some clarity to the delegations. The existing bylaw requires that council direct its attention to day-to-day routine matters, whereas with the proposed administrative authorities bylaw, council can focus more on critical matters that are affecting the corporation and not be sort of bogged down with administrative decision-making. The existing bylaw, no comprehensive review, just bit of a data dump of all the existing bylaws. And the proposed bylaw involved stakeholder engagement over the past 5 or 6 months through all departments, all divisions, looking at what the needs are, what's working, what's not, and the removal of redundant or irrelevant bylaws as well. The current bylaw allows for the possibility of subdelegation. If you look at the operating provisions of the existing bylaw, the proposed administrative authority bylaw removes that possibility, that vagueness in interpreting the bylaw itself, which we think will give council some comfort that type of delegation will not take place. The existing document is disorganized. The new document is leaner, clearer, more precise, and sets out limitations for the exercise of the administrative authority being delegated. Again, the risk outlined in the previous slide, unacceptable risk, for a document that should be clearly setting out the structure and the flow of decision making in a city of this size. The new delegation, some just quick snapshot of some of the global changes being proposed. The CAO has general control and management of the affairs of the corporation under the Municipal Act. The delegation of the administrative authority now provides for the CAO to develop and implement administrative policies where none existed previously. Execution of agreements relating to the usual operations of the department is now across all heads of all department heads, so all commissioners, general manager of transit, fire chief, and directors who report directly into the CAO. Directors is specifically defined in the bylaw. The ability to execute agreements for capital projects is delegated to commissioners of all four departments, the general manager of transit, the fire chief, and that is for capital projects that have already been approved by council as well. Some other delegations up on the slide here cover off gaps that were required to be addressed, where there was no authority to exercise these types of routine administrative decision-making processes or executions of these agreements. Some I've touched on previously. The city solicitor has a new delegations to commence legal proceedings and defend actions. The chief building official now has the delegated authority to approve or refuse residential demolitions, which exists in the Building Code Act, but was blocked by the demolition control permit. The demolition control bylaw. So what's removed, what's not included? Ability to subdelegate, we've covered that off. Delegations to tribunals and committees, those are already exist in the governing enabling bylaws for those committees, so redundancies there have been removed. Cemetery interment certificates no longer required to be signed by the clerk and notarized. We had some great feedback from cemeteries about what's happening in other municipalities, what kind of levels of sign-offs are required there, really, modernizing some of these processes for that area. Also, delegations that are governed by other bylaws were either left on the table to be updated in those specific governing bylaws for roads, signs, procurements, and employment matters. Next steps. It's council for ratification on the 11th next week. The development of an administrative authority policy that's consistent with the corporate policy framework that you heard about earlier from Natalie. To cascade some of the high-level delegations and limitations through the departments, and to introduce it, take questions, stuff. As well as the reporting will also be, the reporting requirements will also be addressed in the policy, as well as the ability to appeal decisions from the exercise of that authority. And with that, I welcome any questions.
Okay, so members of council, you do have the report, item 8.2.5, which does have the bylaw attached, which specifies quite clearly a lot of the changes that are here in this report. So I do have a list of speakers. I'll start with Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, at the risk of sounding sarcastic, I recall sitting around this table when, in 2011, the Consolidated Delegation of Authority bylaw came for us, and all the same reasons for doing it were presented to us then. Some of us had some concerns about it. At the end of the day, it did pass. But I want to thank you very much, because I think you have addressed, at least for me, the concerns that some of us raised back in 2011. So I think you've made it much more clear, made me more this certainly makes me more comfortable with the delegation of authority bylaw. I have one question, though. I see that the demolition permits now won't be coming to us any longer for approval. What about road closures? I kind of saw this picture as a road closure, so because they come here, and I'm asking that because sometimes it's a really tricky endeavor for staff if there's going to be a road closure, and we had this morning, there was a recommendation. It's a matter of the timing so that it gets to council to approve it, but it seems that if we have a policy that says that somebody can apply to close their road for a street party to celebrate, Canada Day in their neighborhood, or if it's the Christmas market downtown or whatever we do, that once we have agreed as a body that the events, those kinds of events can happen in our city, the road closure piece should be part of delegating it to staff so that they can actually deliver on what council has approved. And maybe there's a good reason why it has to come. I see the lawyer over there shaking his head, so.
Through the chair to the councillor, there is good reason for that. That was something that was brought forward in the recommendations from staff in my review, and because there is an existing regime dealing with highways and road closures under the traffic bylaws, as it's known, it is more appropriately dealt with under that bylaw. So for a delegation relating to road closures, we took the position that should be under the existing framework, so that prosecution's office, for example, knows where to go if it's going to be prosecuting violations of that bylaw, and then I'll leave that in the hands of the commissioner to take that action.
Okay, so I'm not sure I have my answer. Does it still have to come to council to be approved?
Currently, yes.
But you're going to deal with it under another bylaw, not delegation of authority?
That's correct.
Do we know when?
That's not my. I'm not addressing that personally. Okay. That will be the commissioner involved to update the specific bylaw and request that bylaw now have a delegation attached to it to the department head or whoever the appropriate delegate may be to authorize the road closure, so that it does not have to come to council in the future. But that is something that remains
there's my
to
answer.
Be done. Yes.
You're looking at it, you recognize it's an issue, and that you're going to take some corrective measures that are transparent and make it work better, because we had a lot of these in the spring. Mm-hmm. And then a lot of them tend to be sort of last minute as people think, I think we should close our road for a party. Yeah.
Okay. Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Joe wants to speak.
Oh.
Joe Patushka.
Mr. Patushka?
Commissioner.
Through you, Madam Chair. Road closures in this municipality are all over the map. Some are closed by our technicians. Some street parties don't come to the council. I was appalled when I first came to Brampton. George Street was closed for the Southwest Quadrant construction. There was absolutely no bylaw passed for that. One day it's open, the next day it was closed. So I found all of that kind of thing really unruly. And I certainly welcome the review of the traffic bylaw and put some clarity to what can be closed and by whom.
Well, I'm glad I raised the question. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Jeffrey?
Good morning. I want to say thank you for the report. I think we've just had, this is our second of two reports that, one is talking about modernizing this city's policies, and this is about reshaping, but to be perfectly honest, this is about better customer service in the city of Brampton, not only for our residents and our businesses, but for our staff, and that clarity really does help. So I think these two reports go hand in hand, and the former delegate talked about a leaky boat and lots of patching. This sounds a very similar situation. I want to thank Harry Schlang for his leadership on this file, because I think it is long overdue, and it certainly is going to be providing us and our staff with a lot more clarity going forward. It reminds me of a will that's completely out of date, where you keep putting on codicils to kind of, and the children have grown up and all the assets have changed, and we're still trying to deal with that old document. So I agree with you, it's long overdue. I think that the fact that it's leaner and there's providing more clarity is good. It really alarms me when I hear the words disorganized, unclear, exposure for the corporation. So I'm really pleased that this is moving along at the pace that it is. The ambiguity and the redundancy within the system is certainly causing a lot of challenges, and I know, Mr. Schlang, as you've said this to council many, many times about how challenging it is to get things done here in the corporation, and now that Joe's called it unruly, clearly we have to do something about it. So I'm really pleased. It's long overdue, and I think this is really going to answer a lot of the questions that certainly businesses and the development community and our residents have been asking for a long time. That accountability, that transparency is really important. I realize this is a lot of work, so I want to thank our staff for embarking on this. I think we'll be really happy when it's done, but I think the devil will be in all of the details on how to get it working for us, but this is a really good step, and I'm very pleased we're doing this. So thank you very much for all the work you've done. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Willens, would you like to go first?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you very much. This is great work. I'm just a quick question now. Will this give, I know that under the Chief Building Officer, you talked about demolition. Certainly as Councillor Pleshy and I have had some issues in our area about vacant property owned, like vacant homes on properties. Will this clarify it now that we don't have to come back, we don't have to worry about it? The Chief Building Officer can issue a demolition, because we've had a lot of problems with vandalism, sexual assault in some of these places that we reported from the police that have been broke. So this will give them the authority to say, let's get rid of this building without having to go to council, because it's been an issue. And if, with their sexual assault, if there's vandalism, it leads to a liability on the city. So will that help with this?
Yes, through the chair to the councillor, that it does clarify the ability of the chief building official to approve or refuse those applications without having to go to council. So.
Perfect. Great. Thank you.
Okay, move the chair be heard. So my question, thank you for the report, and thank you for the consolidation. I think it's really important. So the question is through to Mr. Schlang. So the new delegation of authority and the Municipal Act authorize your development of administrative policies. So would you report those policies to council?
Go ahead, Peter.
Through you, Madam Chair, perhaps I could help. The CAO has authority under the legislation to issue those administrative directives, and they'll be public documents for all intent and purposes, so they may be reported to council for information or posted on the city's website, but it's the CAO acting within the authority established under the Municipal Act.
So can I just use the recent example of the remuneration, the out-of-policy remuneration, which was administered by the CAO and commissioners. It was the one that the audit committee reported back to us. You're looking baffled.
I'm waiting for the question.
So the question is if the CAO is allowed to develop and approve administrative policies, and that if we were using that kind of an example where the administrative determined that there was a need for remuneration out of policy from the original HR policies that were adopted by council. How does those two work together? What you're saying in this report and what happened in the past? Just for understanding's sake.
Well, number one, first of all, the CAO shouldn't be developing an out-of-policy request, ever. I'd have to come back to council to adjust the policy. So, as I've said to you many times, that's the accountability that lies with the CAO. You can't go out of policy. So within that policy established on the HR salary administration, I could just work within that. I can't modify a policy without going to council.
Even though you're developing the administrative policies, you have
that lead into that policy. I can't go outside of that policy. So It might be, how we do that tactically, how we roll out your policies tactically is more administrative.
Okay. It's still fuzzy for me, but maybe I could have a conversation later. The other question that I have is in regards to liability. The Municipal Act, when it was changed a number of years ago, actually said that councils could be held liable for certain policies that either were implemented or not administered. And I think it was a fallout from Walkerton. So I'm just wondering, how does council's liability for ensuring that procedures and policies of the municipality are carried out, how does that liability relate to this delegation of authority that we're granting? Did you give consideration to that when you were developing this?
Yes, Madam Chair. I can respond to that, and I will let Dennis cover off anything that I may have not covered. I just wanted to distinguish between the ability to develop administrative policies, which are more internal-facing policies, as opposed to judicial or legislative or quasi-judicial policies that are external-facing, something that would have impact on the citizens of the city, such as the water treatment facility policy. So that there is that distinction there. Administrative policy development and implementation is also distinguished from policy making that would be done by council. So the consideration of the council's liability wasn't factored into the equation because it wasn't actually part of that delegation to begin with.
So this council cannot be held liable for an administrative policy of the corporation?
I would have to do further review for that, Madam Chair, and I would defer to Dennis to address that if that's available.
Okay, through you to Mr. Squires. I just know that it was quite alarming when we heard about the legislation and the amount of liability that councillors actually had in regards to, and I don't think it was just council's decision-making authority, but actually policies of the corporation. So it would just be good for us to have clarification on that.
Madam Chair, it is difficult to answer your question on liability for breach of administrative policies in a general sense without a fact situation. What I would say, however, with reference to your comments about the Municipal Act, the statute provides certain defenses for municipalities where works are done in accordance with policy, and delegation doesn't enter into that. It's not a matter of how those policies came to be.
Could you repeat what you just said?
Well,
or perhaps say it differently?
I'm following up on Claire's response, indicating that these are council policies as a rule. They're outward facing. So, for example, dealing with road repairs or something, or basement flooding, say, there may be defenses that are afforded by the Municipal Act where work was done pursuant to policy. So it was intended actually to benefit the municipal corporations. Whether or not the policy was delegated is, or pardon me, the authority to develop the policy was delegated is irrelevant.
Okay. It's still not clear in my mind, however. It's something that before council, I will try and get a little bit more information on that. But thank you very much. Councillor Palache?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to see that the demolitions are being taken out of our hands. But I need to ask, and I've never really asked this question, never really understood why the demolition, we were responsible for residential, but at the staff level it was industrial, commercial. And I don't know why there was a difference. Does anybody know why?
Through the chair to the councillor, I can't speak for the decision making of the past. I do know with the residential demolition control bylaw, my understanding was that it was to limit the types of situations where you'd have, monster home being developed or that kind of situation. So that's my understanding of some of the rationale behind the residential demolition control bylaw, okay. But not specifically to I can't speak for the decision of the past or the commercial distinction.
Okay. And I know that there's other municipalities that have done this a long time ago and they switched over. So can we, if it's can we get ward specific FYIs for demolitions?
Through the chair, the chief building officials actually looking at those opportunities to communicate with the area councillor when these situations arise so that you're informed of what's going on. And if I could supplement the question about the differentiation between the residential and non-residential, my understanding was historically council had a desire to keep an eye on the housing stock within the community. So they were looking forward to receiving that information so they can understand what the housing stock, what was happening with the housing stock.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So
I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Palache, all in favor. And that's the presentation and the recommendation in the report, which includes the adoption of the bylaw. Is that correct? Okay. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on then to item 8.1.3 is a presentation by the Chief Administrative Officer regarding our planning vision update. I guess you're not the CAO, you're Antoinette.
That's right. Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, members of Council, CLT, and everyone in Council chambers today. With less than just 1 month left to go on our engagement campaign, we wanted to provide you with an update on the planning vision and how things are going, what we're hearing from the community, and some exciting events that are coming up. So before I get into that, let me tell you that a lot of people have asked, what is the planning vision? It doesn't exist yet, and that's really the beauty of this process. It starts to take shape once we hear from our community. It will not be developed by a consultant who doesn't know what Brampton is and what Brampton wants. First, we hear from the community, then the consultant refines it to include best practices and the most avant-garde planning out there, and then we get our planning vision. Second, it seems to be much more than a planning vision. It's really evolving into a city vision and will address every aspect of city building here at the city and the quality of life for our residents. It is the umbrella to all of the other game changers, and appropriately so. The work so far has started to reveal information about our roads, recreation centers, transportation, natural heritage, parks, trails, lack of housing options, poverty, and issues surrounding inclusion and equity. This exercise will have something for each of us in our respective lines of work that we can draw upon and better respond to the needs of our residents. In terms of some exciting numbers and achievements to date, as of October 2nd, here are some statistics on our engagement campaign. So we have 106 ideas posted on the website, and these are ideas developed by our residents. Just wrote them out and put them on the website. As of today, they were 118 before I came into the chambers this morning. We have 6 stories that people have written and put on the website as well. 312 pins on the map. So I love it here, we could do better here, or I'd like to see this here. We have 10 workshops that have already been delivered, and we've got the conclusions of those. We have had 5 advisory committee announcements. On our website, we have had 2,300 unique views. So that's not a person coming back to the website over and over. That's a different individual coming to the engagement website. 1,500 people have responded by way of a postcard with our engagement street teams at the events. And also in terms of reach, we have about 33,000 viewers of our tweets. So those are people who see them. They don't necessarily respond to them, but that's what is referred to as reach. And then for each post that we do on Facebook, we have a range of 35,000 to 55,000 views per Facebook post. We've had 3 transit appreciation events, which I'll elaborate on a little further. And then in terms of videos that we have on the website and what's on YouTube, we've had 2,225 video views. Another aspect of the project that was really important to us was really synergizing with other corporations and collaboration. So I want to talk a few minutes about what we've done with the Region of Peel, because we recognize that they're an important partner in this. The Region of Peel Director of Integrated Planning is on the Planning Vision Core team. We've had a meeting with Peel Public Health staff. Community engagement is happening at Region of Peel buildings where people would naturally congregate. We're also doing, the Region of Peel is promoting our planning vision on their website. We had a regulatory framework meeting to see where we can mutually improve our policies. There is a specific workshop being hosted for Region of Peel staff on October 20th, and most recently we had a presentation and call to action at the Joint Leadership Team meeting. Now, to date, this engagement has revealed with the Region of Peel the potential and possibilities that our partnerships present. So we really have to work more seamlessly with one another. In a recent meeting at the Joint Leadership Team of the Region of Peel and City of Brampton, we inquired about having the Region of Peel work with us on some very key and important areas where we know our success is really mutually dependent. We can't do it on our own. And collaboration will be key there. The planning vision work and our request to re-examine the way we as a city and the way the region does their business and working together was well received, and the leadership team is excited about this journey. The 4 areas that we've sort of preliminarily asked the Region of Peel to consider are their road standards and widths, the easement areas that they require, and then the availability to put landscape in those easement areas, their application processing times, as well as internally looking at our own, and a toolbox of incentives. We need to be able to offer the incentives to the development community and the different stakeholders to get the type of development we're going to be looking for here at the city. So those are some of the things that we talked about. Now, synergies are also manifesting themselves within our organization. Together with our friends at Transit, we worked to leverage all the transit customer appreciation events for planning vision engagement. This was the largest partnership between transit and another city department on a corporate initiative. So both internally and externally, we are taking down silos, we're forming partnerships, and working together in new and very exciting ways. Collaboration is also occurring with a range of other city departments. Just to mention a few, our libraries, 311, our recreation centers, economic development, our festivals and events teams, arts and culture, our conservation authorities external to the organization, and a host of others. Teamwork is the ability to work together toward a common vision and the ability to direct individual accomplishments towards organizational objectives. This will be the fuel that allows us to attain the most ambitious dreams for our community. In terms of a little bit more on reaching out, it has been so very rewarding to go out and speak to our residents. People feel empowered because they feel as though they've been given a voice. Children are delighted because we're asking them questions, and genuinely we care about their responses. They are the future of the city, so their voices are important to us. Some people are taking the opportunity to vent, and that's important too. Some are grateful that the city is planning for the future and thinking differently about the future than it has in the past. In the last 2 weeks that our street team has been out, we have spoken to close to 4,000 people, and more than half have taken the time to fill out a ballot or go to the website. This is promising, especially with almost a month left to go. But it's not just about the numbers. What really matters is the quality of information that we are receiving. It's very insightful about what our residents care about and what they want us to address. What's next is really a small snapshot into the groups that are involved in the workshop and/or charrette process to date. The list is growing as more people want their very own charrette. In fact, Terry and I met with a group today that wanted a workshop, and we were happy to oblige. We're having one for them on October 25th. As for the street team, just some exciting events to tell you about. We will be at the Islamic Heritage Month. We'll be at Brampton Civic for an entire day and engaging with people who are there and perhaps aren't able to come out and engage with us at other events. We're going to be at the Diwali Festival for 2 days, almost 12-hour days at the Bramalea City Center, and that's just to name a few. We have so many going on. Today alone, we're doing 3 or 4 different events. So if this cooperates with me, I wanted to take a few minutes to take you to the website. I mean, I'm sure you've all already been on it, but just to give you a sense of what our community is saying and what the website looks like, as I said, you can put something on a map and say, I love it here, we can do better here, or there's a problem here. So there's quite a significant sort of array of numbers, but what's interesting is we can see geographically, if some voices aren't being heard, then we're targeting those geographic areas to make sure maybe we sit in a park one night or we attend a rec center in that specific geographic area. So this information is important to see where the voices are coming from and where there's a gap, and then we proactively strategize and go out to those specific areas. So that's the map, and then if you'll indulge me a little further, I'll just show you the ideas portion, and then I'll get back to my presentation. So these are all the ideas. We'll just see 118 is the most current number. And you can just see what people are talking about. City profile, housing. Like I said, there will be something for each of our respective departments to take back on and improve upon. So it's really interesting. And people have taken the time to write, in some cases, very long stories or upload pictures. So it's really encouraging to hear back from the community. Back to the presentation. The good, the bad, and the ugly. So, this process is revealing a lot of information, and I want to tell you what we're hearing so far. Some of it is great, and some of it is not so good. And I think we knew that, and we want to address those things. But just very preliminarily, some of the things that are starting to emerge. Residents love the green systems, the trails, the pathways, our recreation centers, and the programming they feel are bar none. Diversity. People really want us to celebrate and embrace the diversity here. And so many people are optimistic. They see a lot of potential here in Brampton, and that excites them. And the university is something that people are also very thrilled about. Things that have emerged in terms of some concerns, road standards and the safeties that the very wide road creates. Also, driving on those roads is cause for concern for people. Transportation and a variety of options. A lot of people have said the City of Brampton lacks an identity, and we need to work on that. Destinations and nightlife. People don't want to have to go to Toronto to do fun things, and they feel there's not enough options here. Employment. Here we've heard that there's too much residential and not enough jobs, and that the landscape of sort of suburbia can be very isolating and doesn't promote people to kind of come together as communities. So those are some of the things that we're hearing. Upcoming milestones, as you probably know, October is the month of engagement. It will continue. Our workshops and our street teams will be happening. And October 31st is when that conclusion of the engagement happens. All along, weekly, we're synthesizing all the data we receive. The postcards, the websites, any tweets, any comments on Facebook posts. Those are all synthesized, categorized according to themes, and then provided to Mr. Beasley so that when he comes back, he's got a full sort of knowledge of what we've heard from our community. So I expect to be back in front of council early November to give you an update on the entire engagement campaign. And I know that we delivered a package to each of you, so I hope you've been using your t-shirts. giving out those bookmarks, and any opportunity to spread the word about our visioning exercise. I also have a specific request. If you haven't already done so, please leverage your social media networks. You have great followers, you have great tools to communicate with the community. Please use those to help us reach the broadest cross-section of our community possible. And if you want help with what that could look like or the links, we can develop packages for you to share that with your community. And I think that concludes my presentation for today, so I open it to any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Medeiros?
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. And I know yesterday at Seniors Council, you did a real good presentation. I had seniors really interested in, and I think you heard some of the feedback about, I guess, not everyone has access to internet and so on. So, you know, when you go on this type of exercise, I know it's very extensive, labor intensive, and you probably captured all the groups. The only ask that I would like, and I assume that it's caught, that we consult with a lot of our sort of most vulnerable. So, for example, the shelters. If we have an opportunity to do a planning vision in a couple of the shelters, the senior homes, those type of consultation I think would be important. So we talked about regeneration, bridge ministry. These type of organizations, it would be great if we have an opportunity for us to capture that aspect. You know, and that's something that I'd like to see. You have the youth hostel that region runs as well, so maybe leveraging some of their sources. But otherwise, you know, fantastic work. Great getting out there, and thank you very much.
Through you, Madam Chair, 2 points. The technology one was a good one. I think that's why we went out to see Seniors Council. We afforded them the opportunity to write on the piece of paper that was already on the desk, on the tables that were there, and then attend charrettes, because we know not everybody's going to go to the website. Also, of yesterday's Seniors Council meeting, 4 groups took us up on our offer to go speak to their groups. So now I have 4 speaking engagements out of yesterday's speaking engagement. So I think we have tried to offer a range of way for people to participate. And yesterday was all about showing them it's not just about the website. That's why we're here. That's why we have this sort of paper mode for you to participate. And further to that, we'd love to speak with you for 2 to 3 hours and afford you that time to really get out any issues that you need to. We're also going to Flower City Seniors Campus on this Friday as well. And then to the second question, that's one of the goals was to really reach the most vulnerable, the disenfranchised. And for that, in our Web of Influence, the United Way emerged as a tool to help us do that. So we have asked them to reach out to all of their agencies that they serve and the people that those agencies serve and ask them to come to a charrette. And for that, we are hosting it in a rec center that has childcare facilities. So if they need someone to watch their children, we will do that. And also if they need a transit sort of one-way pass for that day, we will cover that. That way we have covered every basis and allowed them really to participate in that.
Good job. You done? You're Jeffrey?
I love your passion. I can see it. It just oozes out of you. That's great. And be careful what you wish for, because I did run into 2 of the people that you got to do another charrette this morning, and they were all exciting and buzzed. So you got them all this morning before we did the announcement. Can I ask, are you doing any translation?
Yes, so that's a great question. Through you, Madam Chair, the website is translatable through Google Translate services, and then on all the invitations to the charrette, we ask people to self-identify. If they need a translator, if they have a different ability and they need special access to a building, we can arrange for that. If they need materials printed in a larger font, we will have that accommodated. So we've compliant with the accessibility and allowing that opportunity to everyone. Then for the final charrette, we're looking at having translators available there as well. People can self-identify so we know what languages to provide, but then if we've failed to provide a language or if it's unexpected or people feel uncomfortable, we're going to utilize their 311 service, which allows them to access 150 languages and have those translating services right there and available for people.
So I have a feeling that a lot of individuals in the city, although unless they meet you and they have that conversation, they wouldn't feel like they had anything to offer. And that's the part that worries me. So I guess the only thing I would say in October in your engagement, if there's a possibility of using some of the radio stations in the ethnic community to invite them, in Punjabi perhaps, to just make sure, because I worry that people think that they don't have any good ideas, but I think if you sit down and talk with them, they do. They just feel unqualified to give that participation. And the fact that you're going out and speaking to a lot of the groups that Councillor Madeira spoke about is great. We get one chance to get this right, and I really want us to have people feel engaged and empowered to see their city and where they want it to go, and to help us build it together. So I appreciate the work that you're doing, and I promise to wear my T-shirt, and I promise to use my social media to help. Unfortunately, it may end up in more work for you, but
that's okay.
I really appreciate your passion on this file. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
If I could just respond through you,
Sure.
Madam Chair, about the ethnic media. We had interviews with our Commissioner of Planning yesterday, so that's being taken care of through the ethnic media outlets, and then we're working with our ethnic media coordinator in strategic communications to make sure the word is out there as well. I believe we have newspaper ads, radio, and then this recent TV sort of as well.
Certainly.
Faith-based groups at all? I've had them come to me about different issues, and they may be a good conduit to their congregations to invite them. So if you haven't, I'm sure you probably have, but in case you haven't, they're also a great group to get to the group that Councillor Medeiros was talking about as well. So just another avenue to reach out to.
So through you, Madam Chair, one of the groups that is having a charrette is our faith-based groups.
Perfect.
We have reached out to them even through the Lighthouse program, but attendance is sort of at 10 right now. So if you have any specific suggestions for faith-based groups or other people who could fall under that category, we welcome them. We've reached out to them, but everybody's so busy and competing priorities, and even if it's just pushing them to the website or engaging with us in some way, but we have also targeted faith-based groups.
I'll put you in touch with somebody that actually invites me once a year to come to speak to about 30 or 40 of those leaders, and so they have all the emails, so happy to make sure you have that, and then at least we've made that effort.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Palaszczuk?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I did step out, but I was listening in the back. So, and I'm glad you touched on the social media in the end, because that was going to be my question. I've asked this question before, not to you, and other members of council have asked this question, not to you. But if you can provide us with that information and with strategic letters or wording that you would like us to get out in that limited amount of space that we can use during social media.
Yeah.
But and the reason why I highlighted, we've asked this question before, not all the time, it doesn't always get to us. And, Councillor Willens and I are down one staff, and that may be the cause. I haven't asked other members of council if they've received those, but I'm pleading with you, please provide us with that information so we can get it out there. That's all I wanted to ask.
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Chair, I think, the easiest thing is to retweet what the city's already doing or mirror those Facebook posts, but then we can get you some specific materials on the planning vision, make sure you're sharing all the right links to the website. Yep. So that would be, and maybe some photographs, the street team was out today, we need your opinions. That would be my pleasure to compile that for you.
That would be fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palaszczuk. Councillor Dillon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah. I think a lot of the points that I wanted to make have been were mentioned by the mayor and Councillor Palaszczuk as well. But just to, I guess, to piggyback, as Councillor Palaszczuk was saying, that when we get something like this, it's always good to give us those talking points so we can advertise and sell it to the constituents as well. And so I know that when I am going on media or something, staff does an excellent job, but even just so we don't have to email you, just give us those quick points, and then so if a resident asks us, or if we're going to go on social media, we can just post it on there immediately. And as to what the mayor was saying, the ethnic media and the places of worship are excellent places. The census numbers came out, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, 25% of the households speak Punjabi as a first language, so I think it's really important that we really connect with all the different cultural groups and people of different backgrounds as well.
Absolutely.
But you guys are doing an excellent job. Like I looked at this, and this is so exciting for me, and I just want to commend you guys for all the great work. Thanks.
So through you, Madam Chair, I could say, in terms of what you could tell your residents, we've developed an FAQ for staff when they're out at events. So I'll check back with strategic communications, but maybe we tweak that or just double check it's appropriate for council, and then that way you have that quick list of any questions about the project, and you feel comfortable being able to answer those questions.
Yes,
so thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Moore?
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I just want to say, I think you're doing an amazing job. You come here into the council chambers, you do the most engaging presentations. I don't know whether you do voiceovers for videos or something, but you've just got that voice that, commands attention. You're obviously by, lock, stock, and barrel into what you're presenting. You're absolutely the right person for the job. And I know that you don't do it alone, because that's what you're going to say, that it is a team effort. But if you're the face of this project, you're the right face. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very kind.
Councillor Fortini.
Thank you. Yesterday, the presentation there at the seniors, I was actually, yesterday morning.
Yes.
A lot of them have concerns about not going on websites and stuff, hoping to set up a phone number. Are we going to look into that so they can actually call because they don't have computers?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, I think what we mentioned, what we offered the seniors was A, the speaking engagement, B, the note cards where they could write their ideas down, and there were 10 of them at each table, and then the opportunity to attend the charrette. A phone number with such a focused engagement period was a little bit of a challenge, just because I'm concerned I won't be able to answer their questions in a timely manner for October 31st to come to an end. But what I did say to people is, if you want my personal number to speak to me about a specific issue, then I'm happy to give you a card. But I think they were saying the posters didn't include a phone number. It really is a team effort, and half the time we're out of the office at these actual events, so I didn't want to commit to a particular number where I know we won't be able to answer their calls in a timely manner. But if you have like a particular resident who reaches out to you or wants their own charrette, we're happy to do that. We're happy to do speaking engagements, and like I said, 4 people followed up for their own speaking engagements. But it was difficult to give them a phone number where I knew that they would get the customer service that they, warrantly need and deserve.
Thank you.
In such a short period. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, the last speaker to this, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just following up on what Councillor Fortini has mentioned, would it be at all possible simply to set up a voice message box where they can just phone and leave a message, not expecting a phone call back, just leaving their opinion, and that way we have it recorded?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that's a great suggestion. Maybe the voicemail message says exactly that. Your opinion matters to us. We may not be able to return your call, but please leave your opinions for Brampton's bright future, and we'll incorporate those into the planning vision. So I think that's great, and we'll take that back.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. I would take a motion to receive the delegation.
Yeah.
I think it's just a receipt of the report. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so members of council, we have 2 reports left. I don't believe that they'll take a lot of time to deal with, so we could finish the public portion before we adjourn for lunch and in camera. Is that your wish? Okay, good. Okay, so we have first is the 8.2, which I think it's a good news report, especially for the taxi industry. The proposed changes to the mobile licensing bylaw, 8.2.1. It's been moved by Councillor Peleche. Speaker to this, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. I guess a question to the staff, just regarding that increase from $410 to $450, the $40 increase. Was that consulted with, I assume that went through the taxi cab industry?
Yeah.
The committee? Yeah, the only reason is because I've been contacted by some of the, operators, and in general there seems to be a lot of support for the report, but that seems to be a sticking point that several folks have come, I guess, and I see the explanation, but how does that become revenue neutral? Like, what's the cost there?
Mr. Beeson?
Through the chair to the councillor, the actual dollar amount was never consulted with the Taxi Advisory Committee. The request to remove the fee for inspections for changes of vehicles was asked of the committee, and this was staff's report back on how to do so.
And through the chair, when we talk about that, it's revenue neutral. So why is that increase? What are we doing in terms of process or administrative service that's increased the $40?
It's the removal of the $120 that staff now charges for each change of vehicle. So we looked at what the average number of those changes of vehicles would be per year, and then we put that across to the owners on the owners' licenses to keep it neutral.
So through the chair, we've quantified, I guess, the process of removing the 120, which would lead to that cost of $40, so which we put onto the driver. Is that?
I should clarify that it's to the owner of the plate, not the driver of the vehicle.
Okay.
It also could result in more drivers, more vehicles being changed. Right now, that $120 is a stop for them in the middle of what they're doing, and it could result. It's not per vehicle. It's everyone who has any need to change vehicles could be changed at that point.
Through the chair, and maybe this is a side conversation. It's just I'm trying to understand where we get that value of the $40. Like, what's the $40 for? What does it cover? I know is it because it's an administrative process, right? So we've removed the 120, my understanding, and for us to make those changes, it's going to cost $40. So instead of that $40, us taking on that $40 burden, and the $40 I assume is, and I'm having trouble just identifying where's that value of the $40 for the increase.
It's spreading out what the number of changes of vehicles that we do each year, spreading that cost out across all of the owner's licenses. Instead of just per vehicle owner making that change, it's spread across all of the owner's licenses.
Okay.
The impact is about $14,800 a year.
So I guess we were looking for, as we removed the 120, we were looking to make it up with the $40. Is that correct?
It's removing it per incident, but putting those types of incidents. We don't always have 5 changes of vehicles each year. We may have multiple, and then that value would go up. So we looked at the average of that, and what it does now is allow any owner of a vehicle, if they are choosing to change it, there's no cost to them to change that vehicle from this point on. And if they had to change it each time they have an accident and the car's written off, instead of having to pay that $120 on top of their license fee, they're able to do it for free at this point.
Through the chair, now the 120 you've explained well. Where I'm having the difficulty is that renewal, because we go from the current fee is $410 and then we go to $450. So I understand you've linked it with the 120, and I think in general I'm understanding the gist. It's just that $40 increase. I'll let my other colleagues speak, and maybe we can have a side conversation of some sort. But I'm having difficulty understanding that value of the $40.
Okay, Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, James. There's a couple more speakers. So yes, the taxi advisory, the taxi cabs, they don't know about this. But our last meeting, we couldn't have the meeting because they didn't have quorum. It was canceled. So I think before it comes here, we should bring it down, ask them what they think of it, and then bring it back to council or committee for approval. because at the end of the day, we didn't have the meeting because it wasn't quorum, so they're going to be blindsided on this, and they're going to come back and start yelling at us again, start all over. So suggesting if we could go back to the committee before.
Mr. Pittari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Councillor Fortini, the Taxi Cab Advisory Committee did see these and approve these. You're absolutely correct that our last meeting we did not have quorum, which was to address a couple of other items that we were hoping to bring forward to council in the near future. However, this was one that we had reviewed several times, including at one of the workshops this past summer, and they were all in agreement to and supportive of the good news story that is before them in terms of these changes. So there's no significant surprises here, and it's gone to TAC.
Okay. Councillor Dillon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick clarification. So for the $410 to $450, that is the taxi owner license renewal fee. So every owner of the plate, I'm assuming, has to renew every year, and that'll now cost them, if this passes, $450. I guess it was $410 before. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that's correct.
So every plate owner renews every year. So every plate owner used to pay $410, correct?
Yes.
Every year.
That's correct.
And so, but how many? So when so the $220 that was removed to charge for the change of vehicle fee, how many? Percentage-wise, out of the total number of people who renew the license, how many people pay that $120, or how many people actually change the vehicle?
I wouldn't have that number at this time. We
But
could get it back.
would it be significantly less? It's not, obviously it's not everybody. Is it like 10%, 20% who changed the vehicle?
The 14,800 is an average, like the increase that was there is about 14,800 for the, to offset the cost. And that's divided by 120, which would be how many we do on average per year.
No, I understand that, but what I'm trying to, I guess, to get to is that the reason why I asked that is essentially that those people who are, so actually even before that, when you say the change of vehicle, what does that mean exactly? Like is it when the lifetime of the vehicle, 8 years or 9 years, whatever it is, ends?
Anytime a new vehicle is placed on the road to be operated in the city, we do an inspection, we charge them a fee to change it because we're putting new ownerships, new information about the vehicle added onto that taxi plate itself.
So the increase of $40 from $410 to $450 is essentially, it's in essence going to be, I guess, socialized now, where everybody pays for the increase for those people who are changing. Is that correct?
The idea was to spread it around to everyone and have no limit to the numbers that could be done.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Councillor Palache, I should have bit my tongue on being non-controversial.
I have nothing controversial to say, and nothing directly related to the report. I just wanted to ask the question that if we're looking at, or if we can start looking at the possibilities for if taxi cabs wanted to go to an electric vehicle, and if we could look at possible reduced fees for electric vehicles, or get that kind of conversation going.
It's certainly something that we can look and discuss through the TAC committee.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Willens, and you will be moving the report?
I will be. Thank you. I believe, Joe, you said there was workshops in the summer, and this was passed through the Council Advisory Committee at a previous meeting?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, so obviously there isn't any issue with the taxi cab advisory because they were a possible delegation under 5.1 and there's nobody here, so I'm assuming that they're okay with it, so yeah, I'm going to move the report.
Okay. It's been moved. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Willens has just asked me to continue through the rest of the agenda. I think, yeah, we have 8.4.1 is simply correspondence. Was that moved already?
Through you, Madam Chair, no. This correspondence from the BIA is advising of their Board of Director appointment for a vacancy, so it's here for receipt, but there is a motion that the committee needs to pass. It's on the screen because under the BIA bylaw and under the Municipal Act, Council is responsible for appointing the directors to the board.
Okay, so you see the motion. Could I have a member of the BIA, Councillor Willens? Are you moving it? Oh.
Thank you very much, and just to the members of the BIA and the members of the council that sit on the BIA, I think this is a good, and I see that Council Madero seconded, so I think this is a good choice for the BIA.
Okay. It's been, this person's been endorsed by Councillor Willens. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. The next is, if you don't mind, I'll just leave the question period till the end. I'll go to 11.1, which is the briefing report from Lowell in regards to government relations matters. Questions? Moved by Councillor Gibson. Mayor Jeffrey, did you want to speak to this?
I apologize, but I do.
That's okay.
I'd be quicker if I didn't, but I feel an obligation to report back to council. So in the update Lowell's given you, that there was a meeting of the Premier and the Greater Toronto Hamilton Mayors and Regional Chairs on September 26th. And the one issue that I know that this council has a great interest in is on the cannabis file. So I wanted to just report back on some of the questions that we're being asked to respond to, and I have given those questions to our staff, so a report will be coming forward. But I know that this is of great interest to us. Essentially, there are 5 areas that the province is asking us for our feedback on, and I have also shared this with the one of our federal members who is dealing with the legislation with regards to how this is going to be implemented. And if you were watching the news yesterday, you would have seen that there is still some ongoing negotiations about the revenues. So one of the issues is retail and distribution structure. So the question was, recognizing that retail locations are an important component of addressing the illegal market, what are the shared principles of municipalities in the province for the store location? So much as an LCBO store would be placed where it would be in a neighborhood. So they want to know about the community concerns. The second issue is possession. How will municipal costs for enforcement change? So that's something that municipalities across Ontario are grappling with. Third is places of use. So they want to know what they should consider in creating a place of use regime. That there's a possibility of introducing a designated establishment and venue where recreational cannabis could be consumed after legalization has been implemented. And they want to explore those approaches with municipalities. 4 is home cultivation and what role municipal bylaw enforcement would place. And 5 is the illegal selling and enforcement strategy, and what are the enforcement considerations for municipalities, and what additional legislative tools we would need to address storefront dispensaries. So I wanted to just get back to you. I know that staff will be reporting back on this, but I wanted you to know. The second piece of it is the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change spoke about a climate action plan. They announced this back, I believe, last June, and there's 2 different funding programs for municipalities. I guess what I wanted to ask staff is, I believe that we have to have a council-approved approach in order to apply for these funds. So my question to staff is, are we preparing a report for council to look at with regards to GHG emissions, the inventory? I know that we're already working on this. I just don't know if we have a consolidated report, a strategic plan, and some targets. So that would be the question, because I believe we can apply for some of these funding models, and they've got some significant dollars. I think it's $300 million over 4 years, and then there's another one that's $10 million per project. And even if we're underway with a project, we can still apply and get some of the funding. So I guess it's a question to staff. I'm not sure if it's who it's to, but Mr. Schlein?
Yeah, we are, Lowell is looking at that.
Okay.
We'll come back to council.
So it'll come back as a report to council? Good, because I want to make sure that if there's an opportunity for us to apply for existing projects that we're already doing, certainly I'm guessing from a transit perspective and some of our retrofits should be able to qualify for some of this funding. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we'll move receipt of the report. Moved by Councillor Gibson, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. And then question period. This is questions from members of council.
Is this under
Councillor Fortini?
It's under Councillor Lawrence, or are the questions?
No, I
from-
only have you.
So, I'm asking questions. Yeah, public says no.
No, I'm just going to conclude the meeting, so if you have a question under Public Works?
Joe, our snow contract, have we given up the contract yet? Snow's around the corner.
Through you, Madam Chair, the contract was approved some 2 months ago. So it's been fully issued, and it's for a 7-year period.
And how many companies bid on the contract? I think it was one.
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't tell you exactly how many. It was bid in certain areas. A contractor could bid in an area or several areas. I just don't have that number.
Okay, thank you.
We are going to adjourn the public part of the session. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock to deal with the proposed or acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. And that will be at 1 o'clock in the 6th floor boardroom. Okay? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
GHG gases, like, I think Al's got somebody that looks after, well, everything from energy savings and all that kind of stuff, and district heating, and he does all that kind of stuff.
Thank you, welcome back. Item 13.1 was direction in closed session. Direction was given. Next item, is there a council question period? Public question period? Is there any members of the public that would like to ask a question? Seeing none. Councillor Dillon, you move adjournment? All in favor? That carries.